Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey. There you go. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, a very rare Wednesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. We've got some grey boxing coming up for you. We're also going to be doing a little bit of a meeting with one of our designers to talk about kind of adding environment art into levels to inform character design. And yeah, it's certainly coming along. Lots of work to do, of course. I'm feeling feeling okay today. A little tired, I would say, but otherwise not too bad. Let me see if I can just fix up some of this stuff here. Hang on a second. Yeah, not feeling too bad today, but maybe a little tired. That said, motivation is reasonably high. Conditions are good. We're going to be looking at a little bit of cloud cover coming in this afternoon, but please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Okay, so I pivoted there from reporting on how I'm feeling to the weather to flying a plane. Okay, so welcome everybody who's here in chat. Big thanks to those of you who are here on YouTube watching as well. Biggest thanks or penultimate thanks to Orangina Plays, and ultimate thanks to Chartle for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. All right. With all that out of the way, let's work for a little bit. I'm actually doing some animation right now. I'm kind of annoyed by how I've got this like particle system in my game that does smoke, and I think there was a time when I was working on this system when it was kind of like I was learning how to do screen effects, that is like VFX that passes over the whole screen or a whole particle system rather than on an individual particle in the system. And I worked out, a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do to be able to make this thing happen. And over time, I've kind of come back the other way and realized that I actually would probably get more mileage in general with non-screen effects, just like drawing the things by hand. I think there was like, when you know what you know and you don't know what you don't know. The unknown unknowns is something that I spent a lot of time in, say, 2022 to 2024, putting a lot of energy into making sure that I covered. And there were things that I didn't know about with shaders and visual effects and things like that I was definitely limited by. And that some of the best things that have come out of that are things that I am most proud of in the game. Like the water effect looks great, the tree shader looks great. A lot of these things came from just me being able to, understand how shaders work. Even I've got like a dust shader that's really good for when like you land and there's like dust that kicks out, stuff like that. But some of the bigger effects I'm noticing, particularly with this smoke, it might just be better to do like an additive smoke visual, like a smoke sprite that's animated, than to try and create like a blobby thing that's trying to like pass over the entire screen space. What I would often find myself trying to do like a year or two ago was essentially take like a render texture of a particle system, and I'm looking at the particle system as one image, right? So it's literally a camera pass dedicated exclusively to taking this and saying, okay, how can I shade this to make it look more fluid? And you can do things like the equivalent of an outline, and a continual outline let's just say, if I put this on its own layer, you know, you can do the equivalent of this, and then this, and then this, and to sort of like fill and blob in the thing. And you can also do like vertical passes. So like I would do this thing where I would look at just the bottom, right, and add like a darker color to just the bottom, for example. That's something that and I would do that cumulatively, such that you end up with something that looks like this. You know, something like this, for example, but constrained within, you know, you would like do this and then like subtract everything that's there, and then you would be able to shade that. So like I have something like this going on in my game right now, where you can sort of get like orbs out of circles just by virtue of shading them intelligently. The problem with that is you lose a lot of definition or opportunities to do definition. And I think for visual mileage, just like getting value out of the visuals, having lots of like individual smoke particles that you draw is more interesting than one big blob that's shaded all the same way. There's just something about it. So the way that I do like my fire stuff is I will take like 3 or 4 loops of animation, a big particle, a medium particle, a small particle, and then I'll stack a bunch of those in the game, and just spawn them at different rates. Hey Magnus, thank you so much for the sub, welcome. So I'm looking to do something like that today. I think what I'm really most interested in here is trying to get these lightning bolts, which look like this, which I'm very happy with how the lightning bolts look. They feel just like lightning, but something about the smoke doesn't look very good right now. So I need to kind of just create like a mock frame where we get something that's like, you know, just whatever. And then I want to, underneath this, draw what I think the smoke should look like. So this is a kind of, you know, prototyping or mocking up stage. Maybe we'll take Armin away for now, or just make him like super transparent. So I'm using him for scale. These are some really big lightning bolts, but nonetheless, I still think I need to do something like this. So maybe like that is what I would expect in terms of like the size of this thing. And then if I take this away, now the question is, what ought this look like? And I think, I mean, I have designed a bunch of visual effects for this game. Over time that to me are what I want the game to look like. Like I would love to have the smoke look like this, or even this. I'm not sure that I have the chops to be able to do that. This like very, you know, deeply detailed thing, but we might be able to do something. So brand, hang on, or actually it's pitch, or actually no, it's just in the working design doc under brand guide, I think. There. Yeah. So, I mean, like, officially, this is what it's supposed to look like. Right now, it just looks like a gray blob. Maybe there's a way to do this. I'm just thinking how I would do it. I mean, I know how I would do it in terms of the options here are pretty much like this, right? If you draw the orbs like this, you can, like individual circles, then they're not going to be additive. This is the big problem with, or like the big, like, what's the word? Challenge with screen effects versus particles. It's the compositing. So let's say, for example, we were to do something like this, where we have like, this is a particle, right? And I would say, okay, well, I want this to be like this, and I want this to be like surrounded by a lighter pink, and then in the inside, maybe a little bit deeper, right? Like this. And then I want to put stars over the top, right? Like as if they were inside of the thing. So the way that this works, have I seen this? I did see it. A lot of people have sent that to me today. So this could be broken up into a few different layers, right? There's this plus this, and then there's this plus this, and then obviously there's the last one. Now, with compositing in pixel art, the layer that is the most compelling and the easiest to do, that feels amazing with zero effort, is just this. So you take the, let's just get the saturation out of this. You take your purple and you just make more particles of purple. Like that's it. And it doesn't matter how much you add or how weird they are or whatever the shapes, it'll all work because it's all the exact same shade, right? There's no world where this doesn't composite nicely because it's just perfect. It's just all one flat color. I use a stylus, lost 50. As soon as you do this and you're trying to make this composited, now you run into issues where there is the sense of depth appears. So all of the particles in front versus the particles in the back, they don't gel together because they immediately start layering, right? You can tell. Like what you might want to do with this is something like this, you know, like, oh, maybe I'll make a little bit of it at the front, but most of it, you know, all one thing. Maybe I'll like do this and start like creating depth, right? But if you don't have depth, then you're trying to essentially cheat and make a circle feel like a sphere, right? This is what I would want to do, but I can't do that unless I literally have depth. And then you're doing like volumetric shading. You know, you're trying to, what you will need for that is something that looks like this, like a render texture that's like this. And then you would have essentially, you know, this, that, something like that. And then you would try to shade this to feel more like what you want. So maybe the, you know, the, maybe you would do something like this where you would say, okay, you know, this, everything that's at least this color is going to be this purple. Let's go back to ink, right? And that's fine. And then like, as soon as you see a color that's got that light on the edges, like wherever you see this contrast, maybe that's where you put the second layer. You know, there's kind of like rules that you could probably come up with to make this feel appropriately volumetric, such that it didn't like, you know, didn't look like garbage at the end. But I mean, we're in a pixel art game, so I don't even know if volumetric is what I want it to look like. When I look back at at the concept here, I mean, there's definitely like depth, right? There's like this 3D kind of curve to it. There's like an age as well. Like the recent particles are like white or yellow, and as they age, they become purple and thicker. This is hard to do, but you know, you might get away with, if you don't need to composite things, then they become a lot easier. So for example, maybe these orbs, if they never have to touch each other, then you end up being able to do something like this. You could do all this smoke here, and then you could maybe do like a layer of smoke that's just on top, that's just like this, you know, and like that would be okay. Maybe you speckle some of these lighter pink ones around. That works, you know, as long as you don't have to care what the depth is. Hey, Shipler. Yeah, it's been a little bit. I've been well. I've had a lot of success with my fire in the game. And I think fire particularly works because it's so messy and noisy that the additive aspects of it there's no issues. So if I come over here, right, this is fine because like all of the reds and the yellows and the oranges and the purples sort of just intermesh, right? There's just not really much, you can't really tell where things aren't working. It just kind of all overlaps and works. You think of it as one effect. That's what I'm going for here. So I think I want something similar for this smoke. And I think the answer is, again, just kind of make a bunch of hand-drawn shapes. I'm just not sure like what it needs to look like. It is more complex. It is. The reason why it's more complex is because you're trying to convey information like spheres and then like certain depths. There's a lot more like semantics inside of this that isn't here. This is just like red noise, whereas this is like, yeah, a lot more specific. Like there's nebulas inside of the. So I mean, again, I could probably just draw something and see what happens. It's not going to hurt us. So maybe I'll just go, let's go to the Ensign load palette. I think it's like, if I go here, Ensigns, there we go. That's my Ensign palette. Okay, and then this is like this dusty purple actually. Is that right? I guess so. So let's do like just one thing and just animate it and see what it feels like. Okay, so like first frame is going to look like small. Next frame is going to look bigger. I think this might be the answer. This would actually be a perfect opportunity to test out that thing that guy was working on. And then what I would do is start to split this up by hand. So I'm hand drawing the compositing here. So we take that and then we make it more like 60 FPS. And that's what we got. And the goal here is to try and create some smaller shapes in the big shape so that it doesn't feel quite so monolithic, kind of like we've got a bit more like going on. Because I don't want this to, even though it is one particle, technically, if it feels like a little microcosm of particles, then I think it will layer more smoothly. Also worth thinking about is the idea of what it looks like when you pause the game at any point. If someone's doing a screenshot, what does that look like? Anyway, so I'm pretty happy with that. Now the question is, can I make this look like this? So I'm thinking like yellow first. But by the end, we're sort of in purple territory. And by the very end, we're in sort of dark purple territory. Oh, no worries, Dev Kid. I mean, that's kind of it in terms of like in terms of what I designed, that is the thing. I think it needs to survive longer at sort of this scale. Like this needs to take up a lot more of the life cycle. Did Prime ever ship the game? You'll have to ask Prime that. I actually don't know. It's a good question. Is Towers of Mordoria still in development? I will support him if he wants to do any more work on it. I'm there. Or even a new game. I also think like maybe by here, we should start eating into this a little bit more. I think the yellow part should more be like a flash than a... It shouldn't like sit around for too long. So that by here, this is kind of more like full, like that. And then is the white just sparks? It's like sparks and stars. Like there's literally going to be, watch, I'll put them in. It's supposed to be kind of like a little nebula inside of the explosion. Almost like a little tiny... What do you call it? Big Bang or something like that, you know? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of in Aladdin, the genie, you know, his like VFX. So now we can delete this, and then I'm going to grab this and do, say this. And then put this on top just to test. And then replace all of this color with that color. And put that all there. Pretty good. Yeah. So now the question is like, what happens if I take this and I just stack it and stagger it? Like if I just put another one like doop, doop here, and I move this one like down, I guess. Oh, I have a feeling this is going to work just fine. Oh shit. That looks so good. What the hell? I just draw everything by hand, chat. I'll just draw it all by hand. It looks so organic. Why did I try to solve this with shaders when I could just like Yeah, I did just do that in 10 minutes. Pretty good. That's pretty good. That's what 14 years gets you. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about environment backgrounds with Luca. See you in a bit. This confirms the game can be finished in 6 months. Maybe. God damn. Alrighty. Okay, we're back. Yep. Sometimes I forget I can do that. And then I remind myself. I still need to figure out. There's a couple of things here on the end I don't love. I don't love this. I know how to disperse this in a very pixel fun way. We'll get to that later. In the meantime, we've got our meeting. Yep. One sec. Sorry, chat. One sec.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, one sec. I'm trying to figure out. I guess I just take notes with Gemini. I think that's what I press. All right. We are recording. Welcome. How have you been? Hello? Did we lose you, Luca? We had him and now he's gone. Oh, hello?
Sorry, I think I had my sound off for a second there.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
how's it going?
Yeah, doing all right. Yeah, I was just moving stuff around and must have hit mute.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. No worries. And how was your long weekend?
It was okay. I spent a bit of it working at the hospital. So yeah, disrupted my sleep a bit. But yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
it was okay. How about yours?
Yeah, mostly took it easy. Spent time with family. Last couple of days hasn't been great sleep, but in terms of spending time over the weekend, it's been pretty good.
That's good.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right, let's jump into this. So, let me think about the best way to have this conversation. I think I've got some locations in chapter 2 that I would like for us to put a bit of thinking into for this kind of like NPC clutter conversation, you know, thinking about the spaces where the NPCs live. So let's maybe go to that production document, and this probably should live in the other game design doc, but it's all good. We'll keep it here for now. Let's create, I guess this is like Jowl's shop.
Yes.
And then we've got the shoe in, and then we've got clockmaker Anton shop, and for now these are probably the locations that are the easiest to do. I want to focus on the shoe in today. So the shoe in is a pub, and I don't know if you can see what's on my screen from the stream.
Oh, I can. I've got both.
Cool. I won't bother the screen sharing then. I'll just keep it here.
Okay.
So, okay. I've got some concept material here for the inn. It's somewhere here. I might just, yeah, I'll do a quick screenshot of each of these parts and then I'll bring them over. Unfortunately, Leonardo is not the easiest thing to screen capture from, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Actually, let's go back out a little bit.
Oh yeah, I think I was I was exploring the town in chapter 2.
Yeah, it's not, it's still a bit of a big heaping mess at the moment, but it's getting there.
But yeah, I recognize the little small room at the top and the 2 levels at the bottom. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So that's kind of the initial concept that I did back in, I don't know what year this was, 2019 or something like that. And then since then, obviously, I've done a little bit of work inside of the levels themselves. So if we go to it here, we can have a look. I might just turn off all the gizmos and just screenshot it for our viewing pleasure. So this is the interior of the inn. And you can see I've done like a little bit of thinking about, you know, putting things on the wall and things like that. I would be okay with maybe like slightly adjusting some of these proportions, but I'm mostly looking to have the place feel like it's lived in. So thinking about, we've actually got some NPCs that I might drop in from the Clinkers minigame. But yeah, for now, how do I best want to think about this? I don't really have like any, I have like a piece of content that I want to put in here. Let me show you the text for it. For now, like I actually would be okay with you thinking about this space not as like, I feel like I'm a little bit further in here than is productive for you. Like you could almost just think of it as like broadly this, and this, and then not worry too much about the actual space just yet. I would be okay with like just iterating. Okay, so when I look at this, I've got this chapter 2 story, Cheverton, and then not Hithin. Nope. Okay, maybe it's here. Yep. Okay, so this little bit of copy here reflects, where'd my production doc go? Kind of like a scene that I'm planning to have in this space. So let's read it out for the chat. So antlers are displayed mounted on the wall of the pub. Armin overhears men boasting about the days when deer would roam the forest, but nobody has seen a deer in the woods for over half a century. They acquiesce over the love of the hunt and how, without exercise, we lose the primal edge, making us targets. They blame Gellier for allowing the region to fall into this state. Armin believes he's seen one in the forest on the way to Cheverton. The men laugh at him and suggest that they'd be prepared to reward him if he could prove it. I'm not sure if I want this to be a quest just yet, but this implies that there's like an actual quest aspect. We'll see. Armin meeting the Huron. Armin decides supposed to keep their after meeting the Huron. Armin decides supposed to keep their existence a secret. Returns to the men empty-handed. They take Peter and him. Expect all the way to the forest. Abroad anyway. So I think what I might do. This isn't exactly what I was hoping for. So this is like maybe this could be. Instead, I still like the idea of these two characters musing about this paragraph. So I'm just going to sort of knock this back a little bit and give a little bit of a dialogue, a little bit of a notation here. So I like the idea of two human characters musing about the absence of deer in the region. I can use the dialogue system like the one in Orenstead, where NPCs talk amongst themselves.
Oh yeah, just the floating text boxes.
Yeah, so just having like two guys chatting by the bar or on a private table about this thing is probably enough for the character designs for these NPCs. Like just the idea that they're just like sharing a drink and like musing. There's also one more thing here, which is I'll see if I can find it. So there is let's see if I always have to like search for keywords here. Okay, here we go. So this place is just a lot of like optional story exposition is going to be in this space. I hope I'm not, let me just 1 second. I hope I'm not spoiling too much for the chat here. Yeah, cool. So let's come back over here. So there's human. So men. There's Hoggen in this place, which are pigs. And then maybe we'll do Hithen as well. Hithen, which are cats. And
So,
yep.
So George and Bill, they're humans? Or
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. They don't have to. We could like mix and match some of these, but I think for now we'll just keep them separate. It might actually be a better commentary that they're not, they're all living in the same place, but they're not really multicultural in that sense.
Yeah, not the best of friends or anything. Yeah.
So this is like talking about absence of Huron sightings. So this is one. The next one is talking about the legitimacy of the king. And then this one, I think if I go over here, yeah, there's actually a few opportunities here that we could have these people talking about. So there's going to be, I'll count them out. Absence of Huron, legitimacy of the king, the rumor about the shapeshifter,
Mm-hmm.
right? Which is just like something that people talk about. I can go into more detail later, but there's this rumor that people from the north can become other things. That's just the shapeshifter from the north. Particularly, there's this like town called Corviness, which you don't go to in the game, or at least I don't have any plans right now to go there. But there's this rumor there, and then the Nazoan kidnapper is another one. So I think these three are probably the most important. And this one we could probably do with like background stuff. Like maybe we do like wanted posters. So of a red-haired someone.
Mm-hmm.
So this is supposed to, so basically, okay. People from Nazo in the game typically have red hair.
Yeah.
There is a character, Ilya, in this chapter who is from Nazo, who is trying to take her sister back, who is currently a ward of the state, or like a ward of like the Lord who lives here, Lord Gallier. So it's she's not actually trying to kidnap her sister, and her sister's not even captured. It's just more like I don't want you living with these people, come home. So, but she's doing it, in the cover of darkness, and she's kind of, people have heard this rumor and seen someone jumping around the rooftops and stuff. So the story significance of this is that when Armin enters, he is kind of treated skeptically because he has red hair.
Okay, yeah.
So the idea that there's a redheaded kidnapper running around is something that I'd like to do, maybe with just, what's the word? World building environmentally, like environmental storytelling.
Like wanted posters or
Wanted posters, yeah, around the pub or just like on the streets and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do, this one can be the Hithin, and maybe this is too much to put inside of the pub. But we could do it over 3 layers. We could just do like
one's active per floor kind of thing, so
Yeah.
it's not overloading.
Yep. I think, I mean, we don't have dialogue trees in the game, so it's not. I was thinking like, could Armin walk in and you be able to talk to the pub owner about different topics? Not really. We could do like inspection moments where like you stand in front of something and it flashes and you inspect it and someone talks, like maybe the deer head could be something that you inspect, though it's near the door now, so I might have to swap it over to this side or down here or something. Maybe like here would be perfect.
What is this PC here though on the standing on the table?
Oh, that's a character, Ashley. I might remove her. She's not going to be here. Just pretend she's not there at all.
All right, no worries.
She's going to be in a different part of the game. And then like maybe we could do like the cats up here, the pigs down here, and they could be playing cards or something like that. And then human, somewhere in the middle. Okay. And then this kitchen area, I mean, right now, it's, the shape of this is very like, it's trying to be a shoe. I don't need this to be as big as it is. Like this, the dimensions of all this stuff can change quite a lot. So feel free to just like, play with the space and do what you want.
Okay.
And yeah,
I'd rooftop area as well. There's doors up at the top here.
Yeah, they're actually, I was thinking, let me actually go and get the sprite from the game on the outside. That's a good shout. There is an outside balcony. So we could have something happening up here too if we want.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh, so that left side is it's more of a window than a door. That one.
Yeah. There is like, I had this idea that there was going to be. Okay, let me take you through the game here. So I had this idea that there was going to be like some way to get out of here, walk along some rafters or something, and then climb up this here,
Oh, yeah.
and then that would take you to this kind of alley space that's very climby, and then that would take you to this like very high up rooftop sort of area.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It's not currently mandatory. I might not even bother with it by the time we're done with all this.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, yeah, it's just where we're at right now. There could even be, yeah, I was even thinking maybe this could be, there's a point where Armin and Ilya leap off of a branch up here and like sail on a giant leaf each down to like here, or out to the front of the town. It doesn't really matter how that gets resolved, but yeah, basically these scenes are in question. I'm not really sure if I'll keep them. So
Yeah, fair enough.
right now, yeah, don't worry about that balcony. Okay.
All right.
All right. So as far as the inn is concerned, what I'd like for you to do is maybe just gather a little bit of material. I'd be happy for you to just like think about these like bare areas back here, and think about like right now I've tried to do like perspective stuff here where like you can see a little bit of the floor here, not as much up here, and then more of it down here because where our eye line is about here.
Okay.
And I think that's okay, but once we're up here, it's not going to be as obvious. So, if you want to put a little bit of floor here, that's fine. I'm most thinking about, I want the space to feel cluttered and lived in, but I also get the sense that if we want to do different interactions, we'll need like a certain amount of real estate for that to work. So thinking about like
it should zoom in probably a little bit, like if we're on the third floor as well. So maybe that whole perspective, like the whole general perspective, might not work as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think we could do over the different levels too. So I want you to think about kind of how we block the scene, like where the player stands to have the different interactions, and just the general kind of like posing or like interacting that the characters can do with the environment. So,
so
maybe
playing cards is a good one.
playing cards is a good one, but also like, are they looking up at the deer head when they talk? Like, I want to put emphasis on scene interaction. That's the biggest thing. So the way that the characters are postured, the way that the characters are, what they're doing in this scene, should inform kind of like, how they look essentially.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So other than those, probably a few, we could have like more than two humans, obviously, like just that don't really don't say anything, but they're just part of the environment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Certainly.
And I guess Hunden are kind of out of the question, kind of, for this.
Not entirely, but not in this scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can also put other races in here as well if there's space, but I think let's start with, for each story we need at least two of each of the races. So we need like two of the Hoggen, two of the Hithen, two human patrons.
And the rest might be filled with some like Clinker reward characters.
Yeah, that's right.
Fit in later. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So even like it's pretty stacked already. I'm really almost convinced that this space will need to be bigger.
Hmm.
Um, so because Armin will probably want to talk to the traveling band from chapter 1. If this is where the human are, there's at least that, and then also you need to be able to walk up and down the stairs.
Yeah, I was thinking about the stairs. It might be nice if the stairs were almost like a door that you go into the background, and then
Oh yeah.
instead of just covering, like these stairs are like covering a good portion of the
Mm-hmm.
scene,
Mm-hmm.
uh, which is a bit unfortunate, but it has to be there, I guess.
No, I don't mind the idea of like some sort of like spiral staircase at the back that's,
Yeah.
or like where you do like we'll do like an internal door. So it'll just look like the entry to a passage behind the room. And there's
Mm.
just like and then the camera just shifts up and then we walk
Yeah.
out of it kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of like a mini automated animation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll work.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Mm.
It's sort of the similar to how I do this in
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
like that. I mean, that's probably a hard transition. We wouldn't do. I'd have to do something for like in like Disney or like what's it called, like Looney Tunes. If someone like if there's like a pipe that's like this, and then it's got like a bunch of turns in it or whatever, and someone gets like sucked into the pipe, the camera will go dunk, 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 like that, and then spit them out at the end.
Yeah.
Like that. We could have like Armin walk into something that looks like it's got a staircase behind it, and then there's like another thing where the stairs end, and Armin goes into this, and then it just goes doo, and then he just goes and comes out.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
And just the sound effects will help carry that as well.
Yeah.
Um, and even
Something
if
like that.
I don't know if the screen should dim as well a little bit when Armin's. Oh, I don't know.
No,
I
I think
guess.
we could keep it bright and then just have the camera shift up, just
Yeah,
lerp.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be a really good solution. I've got a lot of places in the game where we have staircases that are kind of just in the way.
Yeah, I mean, even if we leave one of them, like the bottom one could stay there, but maybe at least the middle one, because it's just kind of unfortunate going across the stage like that.
It is possible also for us to design it as if the stairs are at the back of the room, just exactly as they are, but just
Yeah,
they're
like
at
you
the
go
back.
behind like the wall, like
Yeah.
yeah, that will work too.
It's not a huge distinction between what it is right now and what that, like if I just grab, where are we? I'm going between apps here. Even if I just took this and went like that, I feel like that gives us the impression, maybe the bar is kind of the biggest issue here, where there's not really any way to say, well, how would the player walk into the bar, like into the stairs? Maybe we'd have to shorten the bar or something like that. Or
unless that goes behind, like you only see like the very bottom of the stairs and it goes behind the bar, like on the right side. But yeah, we'll probably need to move it around a bit.
Yeah. Unless you can like literally walk behind the bar. I don't know. I don't hate that. Maybe you have to jump up on the bar to get in.
It's a platforming challenge, yeah.
There could be like a little. Nah, I feel like is that a little bit weird that you have to walk behind the bar to get to the stairs?
Not behind, like even like behind the bar shelves, like right behind everything. Like there's an extra kind of wall.
Even behind this?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well, maybe when I mock it up a bit, I'll try to convey what. Kind of, but yeah.
Yeah, we can also, just for context, like I've put these stairs in. You can see there's actually 2 sets of stairs.
Yeah.
There's like these and then there's this. Armin can walk up slopes this steep. We can technically have stairs that are like that steep if we want them to be really slopey. But yeah, I mean, short of having him, like, I don't have like an in-game, you know, way for Armin to walk up like stairs that look like this. But you know, maybe we could do something where they're fashioned like they're going into the background, or like they're like rotating. I still like the idea of there being like a spiral staircase here or something.
Yeah.
It's just like something like that. And we sort of just, if it's like covered, maybe like it's just the front that well, it's making me want to figure out a way to make Armin animate up them. I feel like it's possible, but maybe something that we can solve a different way. For now, let's just say you just need to dedicate like a set amount of space to them. And look, ultimately, like, first consideration here is the interaction and what we're trying to do in this space. Second consideration is the space layout. Third consideration would be the stairs and how we go between the space. We can figure that out with compromises. So are you okay with just having a swing at like just taking the vision here a little bit further and just blocking in some stuff?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Sweet.
And you've got some of your ideas here. I can.
Yeah, feel free to use references here. Okay. And if you have any other like video game specific references for this kind of environment, happy for you to use those too. You can paste them here.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I can do that as they come to me.
Sweet.
Yeah. So yeah. I guess so. You were happy with the Jowl experimentation that he's got?
Yeah, I was very happy. I think what the two things that I think that I really appreciated out of this was, one, thinking about like I really appreciated the way you were thinking about the functionality of the space. Like, I don't know what this purple thing is, but the like the ladder and going up into like another level and like that, you know, like stuff in the rafters, that's really cool. I really like that. And also like thinking about how that would then inform the character animations specifically. So this, as an exercise that helps us specify scope for the character animation, is what that's like the win condition for this experiment. It's like, does this help us understand the character better in how we would animate them, so that we're not just doing A poses or T poses when we draw them? That's like the thing that's most important here.
All right, cool. Glad to hear it.
Sweet. Yeah, like even you've got him like sort of his hand on his head, with his like resting on his elbow while he's writing. Like, that's really good. With the lamp too, that's great. Just that level of like characterization, you know, without that, it's so flat. So it's that same level of like consideration and thinking that I want in here as well. And I know that I'm asking for like a lot more characters, so try not to get intimidated by the scale of it. I'm mostly thinking about the ideas here rather than the execution. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Sweet.
Sounds great.
If you have any other questions about like how the place should feel, you know, is it dingy or is it, you know, bright or that kind of stuff? If you're like, if this isn't helping, let me know and I can give you some more in-depth stuff.
All right, we'll do.
Cool. All right.
Okie doke.
Cool.
Thanks,
well,
Sam.
Yeah, enjoy, and we'll catch up soon.
All right. Chat to you soon. Bye.
See ya. Bye. Okie dokie. Back to animation. Good track. Okay. So go back over to here. Hey everyone. Hey Pop Rocks. Ah, thank you so much. Hey Yo-Yo Bob. So we were experimenting with how we would make this particle effect work in the game. And I'm actually super stoked with how quickly that came out. Honestly, we could straight up just take this one layer, flip it, and now we have 2 variations, and maybe do like one more variation and flip that one, and that's it. Like that would probably cover everything we needed it to do. And the idea here is we'd put Armin like here. And he'd probably be, in this case, he'd be outlined in yellow. Maybe we'd have him like further down or whatever. I think that's great. I don't know what I was so worried about. It really works. Cool. Blue Dorito says, question Adam, what takes the longest time in game dev? Is it like 70% art, or is it more time put into world building, writing, or is it coding, or is coding the big time sink? This is extremely dependent on the game. It's so game dependent. I would say my game is majority logistics. It's not the art, it's not the code, it's the thinking about how to approach everything so that the production goes smoothly. There's so much asset generation and so much code that making sure that we code the right things and create the right assets takes more time than the rest of it. Like I've got months ahead of me of that. And I guess what that, as a task, what that involves is mostly essentially prototyping. It's like, okay, like yesterday, I spent the whole evening drawing this graph, which is the game's world map. And this is like the full world map of the game, minus chapter 5 special areas. And so like a lot of this is like, okay, the formula of my game has such depth at this point where it's like, okay, the story needs to be told across the space. There's backtracking involved. You have 3 abilities you unlock in chapter 1. You have to go from here to here to here to here, back to there. Like there's like this big crisscrossing that is the story path. And then there's all the level design that goes in there that needs to be gated by the progression so that you can't skip the story, you can't sequence break it. I have to do that 5 times. In the meantime, there's like level design, ability design, enemy design, environment interaction design. There's so much stuff that needs to be independently fun and sequenced well so that the game is paced properly. For me, that's the challenge. It's like writing a book or a movie, but it's also interactive. So that's time consuming. Because to do any of those things requires you to have done all the other things and validated against them. Like today, for example, I'll show you what I was working on this morning. This morning I'm working on a feature that's like, so I've got these abilities in the game. The abilities are moves that send you in cardinal directions. So this move sends you downwards. And I need a handful of things you can do in the game that move you downwards and reasons to use those abilities, right? Like, it's like not just that you can move downwards, but it's like, what are you moving downwards against? Which enemies do you pull that ability from? What can you do with it that's functional? So it's like, okay, that requires me to experiment with like maybe 10 concepts. And now I've got a list of things that I want to validate that I can code in the game that you can do with the ability so that I know the ability is good. So I've got like, for example, here is like a wind tunnel. Here's an enemy that uses the ability. Steal the ability from them. We've got these wind things that push the player upwards, and you can defy them by striking downwards like that. So there might be an area where you can't go down here unless you have the ability. So doing that requires me to prototype the animation, code the ability, create these things, create an enemy, create an area, and then I got to do that for like 5 or 6 different versions of the concept. So here's another thing where you can do this to like push down a platform, and then the platform goes back up when you leave it. So it's like how to like move downwards through like a one-way medium. And there are 16 abilities. So this is for one ability. It's like 160 for the whole game's worth of abilities. There's like 160 like experiments that I need to essentially do. And then I need to put those experiments inside of a level that's got a linear story to it, where you can backtrack and it makes sense. That's what's hard. So these are all experiments. It's like, oh, you can crash. This is like another thing for this actual same ability. Is like, okay, destructible objects. So you can just break straight through and then it's gone forever. And that's not that complicated to build that prototype, but so much of what this stuff is bounded by, is it fun to do? Not just can I do it? Like, it's one thing to say like, you know, yes, I've developed this thing in the game and now it's there. But it's also like, does it feel good? Like, so much of this is dependent on if it feels good. And that's mostly down to, I don't know, like, you have to do a lot of the polish before that point. Like the polish you want to do last, but you actually kind of need to do it earlier. Like that, like it feels kind of good to go like ding, 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 and break like multiple things in a row. That feels good. So maybe I need to prototype that a bit more definitively and then make sure it works. So just then it kind of broke because he crashed through the first one. So like, ding, 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 ding. That's cool. Okay, how do I maximize that? I need sound effects. I need camera shake. I need hit stop. I need, you know. So a lot of it is just searching through game design space, looking for value, and then finding a way to cram that value into a 3D, you know, not 3D, a third person, a side-scrolling action adventure. This is a lot of stuff. And there's other abilities too that do different things. So let me show you this. Here we have these like little ramps that send you forward into this like fire slide. And if you try to cross here, you just can't do it. You can't do it fast enough. So you get the ability and then you can use the ability. Hang on, I gotta wait for it to get back up. Use the ability to get past. So it's kind of this thing of like, You need to invent. Game design is always about creating needs and then solutions. So what you can't do, what you want to be able to do, you need for there to be terrain the player cannot traverse in the design space, to then for the solutions to make sense, basically. Hang on. Like this, for example. These things here. This ability is completely nonsense unless these tree stump things exist. If the tree roots exist, then I can give you an ability that lets you climb up them. But like, I designed the tree roots. So it's like, you have to create problems to then create solutions. You know what I mean? Die. Anyway. So much stuff. But it's good. It's working. We're getting through it. So right now what we're doing is like I have taken on this level of design rigor because, and it is exhausting, but it's also something that I'm getting good at. Like I really feel like I'm getting better at it, and being able to express ideas quickly and prototype them quickly and validate them quickly and then give them polish quickly and put them in the game. That's like, for me, design competence is extremely valuable, and I need to be better every day. So yeah, I'm just chasing that because I think the skills are actually kind of cross-disciplinary too. Like if this would be the same if I was doing a 3D game or any kind of game, or even just, it's kind of just like problem solving in general. Like it's more than game design even. If I was writing a movie, we'd also have to think about these kinds of things. Not on this level, but hey, only a developer. Thank you so much for gifting those 10 subs. 20 subs, holy moly. Wow, thank you so much. That's huge. That's amazing. Thank you. Wow. What chapter is currently peak complexity? It's chapter 1. Chapter 1 is the most complex, and we've already finished it. So chapter 1, every chapter after 1 is easier to do. Like, look at the world map, right? This is chapter 1. And if I was to draw like the path you have to go to do the chapter in each one, it's like this. This is chapter 1. Start the game, go through here, go down here, get teleported back here, go through here, up here, down here, around here, here, through. That's chapter 1. Abilities. Like which abilities are no, the abilities aren't complex. That's the beautiful thing about this game, is that it's more about like small building blocks that you can add together. So the game, there is something like we were always talking, we've talked often in this game project about the idea of there being multiple releases. Outside of chapter 1, I think, and the fact that the story is linear, gameplay wise, I think it would be possible to just fragment out the game into like 6 or 7 different games. The problem is that you still have to learn the formula for how the game works, and I've already written a story for it. But in terms of like I give you 4 abilities. Here's a bunch of level design that uses those 4 abilities interchangeably or mixing and matching them. That's doable. I could do that every 6 months. We could do like a bunch of rooms with a bunch of new abilities and new enemies to fight and stuff like that. But the format of that in an action adventure means that the story is linear, the story develops. You have to get, the first whole chapter of the game is just onboarding you. So I couldn't do like chapter 1 and then skip to chapter 3 as a separate game. That probably wouldn't make sense. But in terms of the how to play the game, yeah, the formula is flat. The inputs are flat. The difficulty will get more complicated, but that's just because I'm putting the harder abilities to use a little bit later. It's 5 chapters. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 5 also comes with like, oh geez. Thank you, Eyes, for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Chapter 5 also comes with a few like extra bonus areas that will allow you to basically walk backwards from like chapter 4 through chapter like underneath and then like joining back up to chapter 3. I think I might do something like this with the game where I stack them a little more tightly so that these in-between areas are more the journey back, exactly. I think if I do it like this, then these areas become more obvious to put new content in. It's just about, honestly, the only thing here that's not that I would need to be conscious of is just whether or not the game is if the world map is isometric or side on. So in this case, notice how it's like, this is chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 is back there. So I've zigzagged it. And on this like 45-degree angle, like this is east. Oh, thank you. Wow, another 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Eyes. Like if I was to do this as like a compass. That's north up there. So you can kind of do this cool zigzag this way. Jolly girl, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, we hit the hype train. Thank you so much. But then in terms of like elevation, it's like one big gradient slope all the way down all the way down this way from chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually quite flat after these two. So, that's just the challenge. I really like doing it this way because I can draw in. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, like a big zigzag. 1, oh. Okay. That does nothing. Oh, okay. Yeah, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then lets me put stuff here or here or here or here. And not get too bogged down. Crick, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What is happening today? Thank you so much, everybody. I might turn off the alert box's audio so that you don't have to hear it. Can you show the chapter 3 pipe train? Pipe train? The thing that we just... Okay, that was still noisy. Do you mean the... Oh, the train. The train. The hype train. This is a scene in chapter 3. This is actually a town in chapter 3. So the town is a train. It's a bit like Snowpiercer. It's like Desert Piercer. Yeah, this is the main town in chapter 3. So lots of work to do. Let's keep going. I got to do the animation stuff I was supposed to be doing. But yeah, that's why game design is hard. That's the hard part, is all of that. Look, the thing is, I know this. I'm insane. I'm an insane person who wants to do everything and won't take no for an answer, and I won't lower my vision. I could have made a game that was as cool as this game visually, but was like just a level-based platformer. That would have been fine. I could have spent 2 or 3 years making that. I didn't do that. Sorry. Instead, I'm here and I'm making this insane action adventure book, movie, game. Okay. And nobody, I've done such a bad job of explaining what I'm making to like the world. So like people think, well, where's Adam's game? Even my wife doesn't know the scope of this game. She's been with me for 8 years now. When I explain certain parts of like the game to her, she's like, does it really have all that in it? I'm like, yeah. Hey, Arya JP, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Atreus. She's like, really? I didn't know your game was that complicated. When I first met her in 2017, I said I was making a game that was kind of like Shovel Knight. That was how I described it to her. Hey, Only a Developer, thank you so much for 10 more gifted subs. We're hitting the hype train today. What is going on? You guys are really, you are lifting me up today in a way that I kind of needed, to be honest with you. I was struggling a little bit to feel good about the last couple of days. I put a video out that just didn't do that well, and I kind of was feeling a little bit like, I don't know, like maybe people aren't super interested in what I do anymore, which is fine if that's the case. But you know, it feels kind of crappy to be putting a lot of effort into something that's kind of like a lost cause. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's what my brain does. It says things like that. More Clinker Easter eggs. I would prefer to be spending time making them than showing them, but I gotta move on. I gotta do this work here. Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to validate this approach first, and then I'll put it in the game. And once I put it in the game, I can make the particles bigger and better. This little period of like gray box hell, not gray box hell, but you know what I mean. Making the game pretty and functional is very important to me. Because it's kind of what's stopping me from like, I don't know, really pushing towards funding. And I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I overthink things. I mean, I definitely do overthink things. That's 100% the case. Yeah, so this moment here of like the last little fragments sort of dissipating, very important. Because they're the bits that your brain actually sees. Thank you, Crick. Yeah, I've been developing longer than I met her in 2017. I started working on the game in 2016 as like a hobby, and I committed to working on the game in 2017. So like I just quit my job like a month earlier. I met her literally this Friday, 9 years ago. Oh, Eyes, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Our anniversary of the day we met is coming up. So I had quit my job in February. And I met her at the start of May. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I quit my job in 2017. I have done other things, like other work-related things in that time, contracts and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I really did quit my job in 2017, my full-time job. I didn't know what I was making. We could spend the whole rest of the stream talking about what the game looked like in 2017. It looked cute. It would have been fine for itch.io. Thank you, everybody, for this hype train. Oh, Coding with Strangers. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. What's up? We're doing particles today. All roads lead to the Pixel King. Hey, hey. Oh, Adam, the Pixel King, bending light for every whim. In the edge of night. Yeah, dude, 2020 was weird. I actually wish I had made one of these orbs cross over in front of the others. Like this one here could have gone like this way. And then like more like this way. And then like more like this. That's better. Yeah. I basically worked on the game. Gosh, can I give you like a really brief timeline? I'll try. I started working on the game in 2017, and then I took the game to PAX that year. Had a really good year at PAX, but felt like I was not making something that was going to be fun. I think I just didn't. I got the sense and some feedback that the game was like a neat thing, but it wasn't like a product that someone would buy. That was kind of like the prevailing fear that I had, that like it wasn't at a standard where like someone would like spend money on it as like a game, like on a console that you would play. You know what I mean? I just didn't feel like it was heading in that direction. And I tried really hard over the next couple of years from 2017 through to, 2020 to just keep learning and keep making and building the game as I was building it. And I realized by 2020 that like I couldn't keep making the game at the scale that I was making. Like it just wasn't going to work. Mostly because I didn't know how to code properly. Like I just wasn't very good, really, at engineering something this big. I didn't know what kind of like systems I would need. And I was learning how to build those systems as I was building them, which meant a lot of wasted code and copied code and refactoring that needed to get done back in 2020. And I stopped working on the game for like 6 months to work on a game called Arrowbound in the meantime, just because I needed a break from the tech debt. But I did solve it eventually. I spent like a good 5 or 6 month period in 2020 going like, okay, what the hell do I need to make these state machines work the way that I want them to, and to make the characters do what I want them to do, and for that to be reusable. And I spent a long time like just figuring that out. Just how do I make the game cooperate and not get heavier as I'm building it? Like it was like I was getting hit a point where I couldn't build anymore because everything that I was building was getting slower to make the more I made it. You know what I mean? So after 2021, from then, 2021, I spent a lot of time working on what I'm working on right now, Chapter 2. And I was doing okay, I thought. Like, it felt okay. But again, I was running into, like, a similar problem, but on, like, a production level. Like, big parts of the game, parts of the story. I wasn't able to, like, communicate them the way that I wanted to with, like, production values. Like, the animation, the art. It just felt like I was producing a lot of scale, but not a lot of quality control. Like I couldn't keep building it at that scale, or it would start to collapse under its own weight. Like it just wasn't a very attractive looking game in my opinion at the time. And I didn't know how to execute on my vision very well on the bigger parts of the game. I also realized that like I didn't have a good plan for how the progression system was going to work. Like how the game was actually going to grow as you play it. I had gone through so many different variations at that point, like crafting as the progress. Like you make different weapons and they get stronger, or enemies drop crafting materials and it's like a Minecraft-y sort of crafting thing. Or like do the abilities give you power and it's just about getting stronger by getting stronger abilities. And it was a lot of that. And just like realizing, oh, this isn't heading again in the direction that I want. And then in 2022, I moved to Thailand with my wife because she was studying there. And that was the year that I decided that I needed a team. And that the game was not yet fun. It was October of that year, October 2022, I think it was, when I decided like I need to do it. I was at PAX again, but not showcasing the game that time, just there with friends. And I was like, this game is not going to be fun unless I solve some like really critical game design challenges with the game as I'm making it. This is something that I think like people do not appreciate how like important this step is unless they're making a game with multiple sort of genre values inside of it. Well, I was in Thailand for about... So we moved to Thailand in 2023. Wait, what was I doing in 2022? Wait a second. Which year was I in Thailand? No, I got married in 2022. We moved to Thailand in 2023. I'm back in Sydney at the moment. Yeah, so October 2022, before we moved to Thailand, I realized it wasn't fun and it wasn't going to be fun. Like there's a very specific... Game design is like this. Okay. You have these like pillars of your like genre mechanics, right? Some games only have one pillar. Like our Super Meat Boy, right? Or Celeste is a single pillar. Celeste you could say is two pillars. It's got some story, right? And it's got platforming. If you get the platforming right on a game that's just platforming, you have a game, right? There's what people's expectations of what a platformer does. You just have to build that tower up, right? Just build the tower. As long as you successfully build the tower, you win because you know what platforming games you've played. You know what platforming players want out of their games. If you could just build something that's like self-sustainable, it works. That's great. Once you say, oh, actually, it also has to have a story, you have to make it so that the towers meet at the top. Right? There's this thing of like, oh, actually, these need to be like resting on each other so that there's like a house of cards kind of thing, right? Like there's like cross supports where they complement each other, right? The story and the platforming make sense together. When I do the platforming, it makes me excited to do the story. When I do the story, it makes me excited to do the platforming. That would be like a good mesh of those systems. Well, I realized that I had 3 and they were like this. They weren't going to meet at the top. No matter how much content I put, you can just keep making the game. But you're never going to get to the point where these things complement each other. Now, the threat of that is not necessarily like you'll finish the game. It just won't be a very good game. Or if it's not, if anyone likes it, it's because they actually like these things independently in a way that they don't mind that they don't connect. But what that creates is the risk that a lot of players will play because they see that it has one of these things and they'll resent the other 2. If they don't connect properly, players will go, I'm trying to do platforming and this story sucks. Or I like combat and all this exploration stuff, not interesting to me. Like, why do I have to go out of my way to do all of this stuff? And the reason why it's important is that these interconnecting sort of like substructures give the player, they make the game intuitive in the direction that you want the player to care about. Like a game where you have a reason to explore because there's cool gear in the extremities of the levels. The gear is there to help the combat interact with the exploration. Without the gear, if it's just combat, why would you explore? Like if it was just like a Street Fighter game and you could run around a big city, all of the running around the big city is boring because you would just go and fight all the characters, right? Like what's the point of going into the corner of a map where there's nothing there? So I realized like I wasn't heading towards something that was cohesive. I wasn't making an Eiffel Tower. I was just making like something. And I was like, okay, all of these things need to actually be redesigned from the ground, not from the ground up, but they need to be like shaved down and restructured and re-threaded so that they become one proper, strong thing, right? Where the player starts playing the combat and they go, I see where this is going here. They do the story, they go, I see where this is going here. They do exploration. They go, I see where this is going. It's going there. If all three of the things are going to the same point, it feels really good. You don't get tired of reading text if you like the text. You don't get tired of fighting enemies if the enemy encounters are going towards something. You don't get tired of exploring if there's cool stuff in all the corners. So from 2022 to 2020 to early 2024, like a year was spent thinking about how do I solve not just like how to design a fun game with these values I'm trying to put out, but also like how does the game express those things visually? How does it communicate to the player? What is the core mechanic of the game in terms of like marketing? Like the idea of ensigns and the insignia really came around that time. So like there's 4 powers, and it's not just 4 abilities, it's 4 like colors of ability, and you get the abilities from enemies. All of that stuff happened in that space, 2022 to 2023. Stealing abilities from enemies was like, that was huge for me. And it meant that all these abilities that I had been designing and throwing out, because I was only going to have 4, I was like, how do I design 4 really good ones? Now it was like, oh, I can keep all of the different ones I've designed and put them in this slot system, and they can't break the game, because if there's no enemy that has that ability in the level, you don't use the ability. So it solved so much stuff. And then the last, literally from 2024 to now, has been about how do I execute on this vision with a team? How do I make it so that when I'm working, I'm actually able to order the operations, right? Like I'm concepting while other people are doing music, or I'm designing content like for levels while someone else is doing sound effects, in such a way that the team doesn't step on each other, and that there is room. Like when someone needs work, I've already designed the thing that their work is going to depend on. It's the production stack that's a lot harder. Really, really, really difficult to get that right. And it's meant that, and I was given this advice, like when the game in 2020, before COVID, I went to this is a kind of an embarrassing story. I don't feel too bad about it, but it is, one might be embarrassed for me. I went to an open day for a university / college called AIT in Sydney. And I was there as like an industry representative, like someone who's like, hey kids, you've just done your degree. And now listen to somebody who's in the industry to tell you about their experiences. So I gave this presentation about the game, and I was like doing chapter 1, and I had like a trailer for chapter 1 and everything. And one of the people on the panel, there was like a panel afterwards where people could ask questions. One of the people on the panel was a producer from a local medium-sized indie studio. Like they did a lot of mobile games. Her name was Ellen Urick. Ellen said to me, we got chatting kind of during, like right after the talks and stuff, after the panel. And she was like, look, what you need is to skeleton out the game. You need to do like a draft all the way to the end. And then you'll know how long it's going to take you and what it needs. Like as a producer, I would need to know these things before I would be interested in like having anything to say about your game. Like how could I be a producer? Or not that she was going to be a producer on the game, but like I knew at that point, like I'm going to need a producer and there's going to have to be a production. And so from her perspective, it was like, you can't really go into production until you have like a draft of the game. Today, in like 2026, like this month, I'm doing that draft. That's how long it's taken me to get to this point. And it's not that I didn't take her advice. I desperately wanted to, but I physically couldn't. There were certain challenges that I couldn't solve. Like you can't gray box content that is unvalidated, whose like mechanics are unvalidated, if that makes sense. Like if you're going to put in a part of your game and a lot of the game's going to rest on that part, you better make sure that part's good before you start building all the rest of the content over it. So I really, when I look at that period of time that I've spent, like from 2020 to now, so much of it has been kind of like learning what Insignia can be as a game in a way that's like market viable, and that I would be proud of spending the $3 or, you know, the however many hundreds of thousands of dollars after that, then encouraging other people to come with me on the journey and work on it with me. Like me working on the game for however many years by myself doesn't cost that much money. Me having a team with me working on the game costs like hundreds of thousands of dollars. I could do that research by myself. I can't, and we've seen it just now trying to do chapter 2 production without me doing this process. I literally have, it's been so hard and frustrating to not have like every day clear work for my team. Like, team, today you're gonna do this, because they would be like, hey, I'm ready for some work. And I'm like, oh, I need like another couple of days to get this part in a state where I can give it to you. Because there are questions that need to be answered before I can give you this task, to do with like, who's the NPC that this cutscene is about? What race are they? Where do they come from? How do they interact with you? Or in this level, is it a dark level? Is it supposed to be gloomy? Is it supposed to be happy? So many questions that you need to have answered early, you know, about just how the game should be, but on like every different level, you know, not just like nothing that's general. Everything has to be specific. You have to be able to specify every single thing. And just appreciating how far that goes, it's been a real journey for me. So yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good about it now though. Like now I have a pretty solid understanding of like what forward looks like for me. And how to keep moving in that direction. And now it's just about getting it to a point where I can convince other people that I know what forward looks like. So this is smoke entropy and ensign smoke effect, lightning smoke effect. This is Insignia, assets, Brigady sprites, effects, ensigns, gold space. Yeah, see, I did try to do this already. Maybe I just wasn't very good at it. I've learned so much, chat. I've just learned so much over the last how many years. And it's like non-obvious stuff. It's like stuff that you only learn if you do it fully. It's not like there's no such thing as common sense in this domain. It's just like, no, you have to like have done it before. This game could have been made in about 4 years by a team of like 10 game veterans, like game design veterans who had made action adventure games before, or games with combat or whatever. Like this game might have been able to be made in 5 years by extremely okay games, by Maddie Thorson and their team. And I started it solo. I had to learn so many lessons to get here. And it's not like one lesson and then you could just have it solved. It's like the same lesson in different domains at different thresholds, there's like so many different ways that efficient design presents itself. It's fucking fascinating to me. I love it. It's just hard. So, we are in this scene because this is the scene that lets us do this prototyping. Like, that looks great. This smoke looks really good. It just doesn't look good when there's like a player behind it doing player things. So I think we'll just, you know what I'll do? I'll grab the flame prototype and I'll reappropriate that one, I think. This is music from, I believe it is from Final Fantasy, but it's from Final Fantasy, it's Ron 4. Is it 11? I don't know what that is. It might be. There you go. All right, focus mode. So there are fireball effect or even leaf effect is probably fine. This is the part that's a bit annoying. Like, I have to sort of build a little prototype particle system that's going to do what I want it to. And I have to kind of do that sort of differently every single time. So lightning effect, lightning smoke effect, or ensign lightning smoke effect. Okay. And then particle system. Okay. And then sprite unlit. We're going to put it on the character layer at -3 or 10. It's probably fine. And then we want to billboard it, and that's fine. We don't want it to go back that way. We want the shape to be a sphere or a circle, but with a radius of like 0.01. Good. Okay. And then honestly, we might not even need this to move at all. We could just like, it already moves visually here. So maybe we want to take 2D physics for gravity. We want the inherent velocity initial multiplier 0.5, 0.2. Starting speed is going to be like 0.5, maybe even less. The size I hate. I don't even know what it is. I guess it's like 0.32. Lifetime is, let's call it 2. And then we're going to use texture sheet animation to do this. And we're going to use grid sprites for this. Okay. Now we're going to take this. Don't need Armin. Don't need the lightning bolts. Don't need these 3, just need this one. Okay. That's good. And then we want that like dead center. Cool. So this space here is what we want to crop to. And that gives us, boom, perfect. We don't need these two, but we do need all of this. New tag. This tag is going to be called particle 1. Okay. Export that. Lightning effect particle 1. It might be okay to do this at, what is this? 64, 64. Just to drop this in here. Just so I can split it up. I might use it this way at some point, but for now I do want to use it just in here. So this part sucks. Because I don't think there's an easy way to grab all of these and just drop them in. No, you literally have to go. There is no fun way to do it. You have to literally add 16 of these until you run out. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that even right? No. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, actually 17 of them. 14, 15, 16, 17, 13, 14, 16, 17. Okay. Now we have something. So max particle size is 0.64, but I don't even know what this is. Like, how do I know how big the sprite is relative to... Like, I don't know what they're clipping, how they're clipping. No, Unity will do that, but this is not an array. This is like the shuriken thing does not use Unity's array to do that. So, okay. Yeah, like I don't know how to make it so that one particle is one thing. Is like the normal size. And then the sorting order is based on youngest in front. Let's ask this guy. In Unity's shuriken particle system, if I'm trying to draw sprite particles at their native size in world space, what relevant settings do I need to set in order to ensure they aren't drawn larger or smaller than 1 ppU? Hey, this guy. Wow. Holy moly, I heard that. Did you hear that? The sprite's world size. So like 64 divided by 100 in this case. So like 64 divided by 100. That's what I was doing, 0.64. But is it doing something funky where it clips out some amount? I mean, that's not even the right... Look at that. It's not right. It's doing something weird where it... the scene view is confused. How do I make it so that with an orthographic camera in the scene view, they don't scale weirdly while I'm working on them? Oh, let them be 0? I mean, that's not right. I don't get it. Oh, did that just fix it? Local? No, they don't. They don't scale up. Anyway. Doesn't seem to care. Disable scale. In the particle system inspector, disable scale. Yeah. I don't think it knows. I think it's making things up now. Okay. The texture sheet animation goes over the lifetime. So the lifetime needs to be shorter if I want them to go faster. And I'll need to make more of them, like 5 maybe per unit. Cool. Okay. So if I take this ensign smoke thing, go into lightning effect, which I believe I should be able to just paste here. Turn off the smoke. Can I... Oh, I got something. Whoops. That off, this on. But also this at 0, 0, 0. Okay. So it's inheriting too much velocity, and I still don't think it's scaled correctly. Unless I'm just crazy. Actually, I think that might literally be correct. Yeah, it would have been nice for them to be locked to the pixel grid. It needs to be much bigger, I think. So you live and you learn. Like, probably should have doubled this size. Yeah, that's kind of closer in terms of pure volume. And then lifetime, I think we could have gone a little longer. 1.3 maybe. Mm-hmm. So maybe now a little faster in terms of lifetime, a little shorter. Emission. It's kind of hard because if I shrink it back down again, obviously it's going to feel different. No, the lifetime needs to be shorter. And then I guess having it not rise so much is probably important here. That's better. A little better. But we need... I think maybe even less inheritance. Maybe just like 0.1, like almost nothing. Yeah. And then really now it's about taking this, and this size is no good. I need to draw them at scales that are more like, I mean, we could even increase the canvas size for this, but this needs to be the size of like one globe. So it's more like 96 by 96 again. Call that V1. And the problem was that at this scale, I think one of the circles needs to be more like like that big, not that big. So it should be like 1, and then like that's like the smallest size, and now like the middle size is like that. That might be too big. Let's shrink that down. Yeah. Like that. Not that. So maybe we could do some little trick here where we link all of this, hide this, export that, go back to here, delete this. No, well, we could just go to the editor, slice it by cell size 96 by 96. Apply that. Okay. So we're looking at, gosh, I mean, even that doesn't seem right. Right? They seem shrunken. I guess I have to change this to 96 and this to 96. These pixels aren't the same size as those pixels. Was that already doing that? Oh, that's so annoying. Wait, no, that's correct. It is correct. That's correct. But I can't even tell. These ones, no, they're, well, I genuinely cannot tell if they're the same pixel size. Yeah, I would say that they are. If I change it to 640 by 360, yeah, I mean, the 1 pixels are 1 pixels, so it has to be. Yeah. So then if I add this, and we try again, that should now be correct size. I gotta ask a question. Is there... All right. So, I mean, is that what I want? I guess so. Okay. I think relative to the fire, the particles that I had were already pretty good. Yeah. Maybe it's more like a variant. I feel like it's just too, right now it would be, I would say the problem is there's too many particles, but not enough volume. So what I'm looking for is a lot more of the, when I do this, the globules should be one of every 5 things. And there should otherwise just be like misty, flowy stuff. So when I go here, the emission over distance is more like 1 or 2. Emission over time could be 3. Save that. Exit prefab mode. And then I'll have like a second particle system that takes everything in between that and makes it more yellowy and smoky. I'm also a little concerned that the color is, like with the fire, it's quite granular. So it's not too, like the color changes and the size changes aren't that drastic. Whereas here, we're shifting color a lot and we're shifting shapes a lot. I don't know. So maybe we keep these ones. Ugh. Oh. Thanks, Taralis. Yeah, calligraphy was a big thing when I was designing these. You can see here, I put a lot of time into and thinking into like the abilities as calligraphy. And then like the visuals. I sort of moved away from that eventually, trying to do calligraphy in the sword stroke. I thought it would be too script. It would look too much like script. Eventually I settled on more like elemental plumes, but I still want it to have that sort of flow. Mostly because I see the magic system in this world is kind of like every element is a spell. It's like a spoken word. And I was looking at Arabic and Thai script to come up with these, with the shapes. I actually learned calligraphy for this game. Like, because I was originally designing the logo of the game. Like literally like the word insignia. I was like learning to draw like, you know, the letter I or whatever. I don't remember it very well, but you know, I was trying to draw letters, you know. And I sort of fell in love with it, actually. Just like how to create art out of like letter shapes. I love the S, this sort of thing here, doing this. I'm not very good at it, like I said, but like this into like this into this. It always reminds me of like the Suzuki logo. This thing. And then I kind of started learning how to take these less literally. I think for a long time, I was really, really invested in trying to keep the shapes like right. And then over time, I started getting more comfortable with being more artistic with them. And actually the logo, I think, is much, much better for it. Like the original lettering was very rigid and not very interesting to look at. And over time, I kind of breathed more life into it. And that's why, like, a lot of people, I've gotten criticism over this logo, over things like kerning and stuff like that. But I actually like how organic it looks, and I like its imperfections. Knowing that if I made everything perfect, it might just look too regular, you know? I am on Windows, yeah. I really, 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 really like I really like the feeling of having done things a lot of different ways and then understanding the space and feeling confident about the direction that I chose as a choice rather than just like, is this right or is this wrong? I feel like that's always the point when you know you are doing art and not learning. Like if you're thinking about, is this the right way to do this or is this the wrong way, you're learning. And if you're in the headspace of, I've chosen to do this because this is how I want it to express, now you're in art territory. You're expressing yourself. You're not just following rules. So I whenever I feel that feeling of like, this is what I want it to be because this is what I think it needs to be for the effect that I want it to have, that's always really good territory to be in. Let's not lose our reference. I think what I like about the reference is that it's kind of, the globes aren't really as pronounced here. Like I see them, but it's more like cloud shapes than like circles. Maybe what this should have been is a bit more broken. Yeah, expression is just such a, like I have struggled to communicate most of my life one way or another. I used to stutter a lot as a kid. I used to not be like that good of an artist, but I like to draw a lot. I think just like being understood is like it's such a sensitive thing for someone who feels like they don't get understood very well, that I feel like I've put a lot of energy into, and I would say I'm most likely oversensitive to it. Like I think a lot of my choices with Insignia to work on the game for as long as I have, and aspects of how, of just the development cycle, a lot of that has had to do with like negative impressions, or like people not getting what I was going for, even if they like it. If someone like says they like something about my game but it's not what I wanted them to feel, I get this very, sensitive feeling. Like I had someone once say to me, "Oh, is your game the one with the girl with the red hair?" And it's like, damn it. Damn. I wasn't going for like super androgynous. So did you just misgender my character? So there are things there that I, have to learn to get better at, or understand the why something works or why it doesn't work. Because the better I get, the easier it is to say what I'm trying to say without other people mistaking what I'm trying to say as something else. There's one more aspect to this that I want to do, which is like these streams coming through. I want to work them into this as well, but I'll get there later. So yeah, I kind of want to think about this as like, something more blocky. And like even what I'm doing right now is such an example of this thing I'm trying to describe, which is like, I'm trying to, hey Thalacious, scruffy beard. Yeah, maybe at some point. Yeah, there's like, I want the particle system to feel like this. So what's the order of steps I need to take to make it feel like that, rather than guessing until it feels like it? So in this case, having like one particle frame that's like my hero frame, that it's like, if I was to pause the game, what do I want the particle system to look like, and just hand draw that as an image? Doing that is something that I'm experimenting with, and it works, but that maybe in the past I might not have really done. I might have just done a one shot and just hoped that I got it right. There's so much value in having vision, but also process. Like vision plus process it's so OP. If you have someone who has like an incredible vision and the ability to communicate that vision to other people, and to sort of direct other people towards their vision so that other people get it before there even is anything, oh my gosh. And you do need like communication skills, but it's also like the right kind of communication, right? Like everything in my game right now is a kind of, if the game is communication, so too are the prototypes, right? Like this level is not what I want it to look like. Like this is not what it should look like. It's close, but it's not exactly what it should look like. And every step of the way, like this was what it looked like previously, the same space. And like this isn't what it is supposed to look like, but what I chose to put in was a reflection of some intent that I had. So like, okay, it's gloomy. There are lots of tall buildings. Well, the tall buildings part I got. Maybe in this version, the gloominess isn't there. And this comes down to like, literally, I'm delegating, like what's the word? I'm setting up a brief for our composer to do the theme of this level, right? She's writing the music. And I'm trying to explain what it should sound like, but I'm giving her a picture of what it looks like. So there's a layer of communication even in the prototyping, because that dictates and influences what the rest of it looks like. So understanding like what's the most important thing I need to say right now to guide where this needs to go. Oh my gosh, what a skill that is to have. Like the idea that like even at this scale, we know what we're working towards, because the things that are most important are expressed clearly and with confidence. And I think I'm being forced to learn that skill. I've never had that skill. And it's also like, it's not just a direction thing, it's also a marketing thing. Hey, Coppinger. Because marketing is communication, right? Marketing is communication. So telling people who don't know anything about your game what your game is that's the whole point of like a trailer or a demo or anything like that. A pitch. It's about having a thing you're trying to say and saying it confidently. It's hard. It's really hard to do. And I think the more I learn about this stuff, the more I realize that vision is it's a thing. It's almost like the word talent. It's a thing that we describe as being something that people just like have, but it's actually not that. It's not like that at all. Good vision is like, it's like experience plus introspection. It's like, have you been able to convert what you've seen and what you've done into something you can share? That's vision. It's not just, can you imagine something cool? Because like ideas are cheap, right? Everyone says that. Like being the ideas guy doesn't mean anything. And an ideas guy an ideas guy will have a lot of trouble directing a team, because they'll go, yeah, it needs to be like this, right? But it's like, okay, but how is it going to be that? How are we going to achieve that? Well, the ideas guy doesn't know how to implement anything, so the ideas guy can't tell you how it's going to get there. They just know what it is when they see it, kind of thing. Which is like one of the things that people hate. If you're working for someone and they go, oh, I'll know it when I see it, you just do whatever. That sucks. That's not good. It means you don't have the experience or the self-reflection to be able to articulate what you need, but you're asking someone to do it anyway. That's like the mother of all, that's like the root of all waste. If you don't know what you want, but you want someone to make something so that they can show you, so that you can guess if it's what you want, like, good luck. Somehow, this is like, I wanted it bigger than this, and it's the same size as the previous one. The challenge, I think, is that like you kind of can't do it better. You can't have better ideas if you haven't got experiences. I don't think, anyway. Maybe some people do. Actually, do you know what it is? Do you know? I think I know. There is a feature that you can have. Like, can someone make a masterpiece when they're very young? Would be the question that we're trying to answer right now. If you're very young, can you still have a really good idea and execute it perfectly? Like, is Toby Fox a genius? Can Toby Fox design anything? Or can Toby Fox specifically just design Undertale? And I think the answer there is, if your output is very, very similar to what you are experienced in, your input, then it's quite straightforward. Like, when people say write what you know, I think that's very reasonable. And so, like, Toby Fox wrote what he knew, and that's why Undertale came out so well. And I think there is probably a limit to how much you can write without knowing. Like, I think you just kind of have to, you either have to, if you're building a game that you've never built before and you're trying to make the game good, you want to guarantee that it's good. The intuition on how to make it good comes from making it. You can't just go, oh yeah, this will be a good idea. It's more like, will this be a good idea? Let's do a bunch of prototyping, and then maybe we'll determine that it will or won't be a good idea after we've play tested it. And then I think there's like a different skill that's very related to this, which is understanding the cost of prototyping. Like, okay, this is a risky area. I don't know. I can't answer the question, how long will this take? Because I've never done it before. So how much am I willing to risk on this gamble, on this prototype? How many resources am I willing to throw at this thing that I don't know much about? That's another skill that I think, again, experience helps with, but I think it takes a lot of intelligence to be good at gambling that way. All right, so that's my shape. And this is on frame what of this thing? Is it that one? Yes. That's frame 6. So let's put this on frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give this a loop. New tag. Particle 2. (18 to 32) is going to give me, I don't know what that is, 24, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, if you include the 18th frame. So, do I like that it starts as a circle? That's another question. Honestly, it's not a circle for very long. It's not going to let me do it. I think the answer is you probably don't need this frame, but you definitely need this frame. Maybe we'll just leave it in there, but we'll give it a bit more shape. . Now, can I take... this frame, use this as a template, link these cells, bring this down to about that opaque, and then work towards that. Oh, that's interesting. What did I just do then? I just had a brush that was like creating the... That's very weird. Did I press Control B? All right. So let's start with the darkest color. And we're going to take up an overall volume of that big, which means we're going to start about here. Yeah, it's solitaire. To just like spray a bunch of designs all over the page. Hey, Lathe. What? Okay. I think I want to get closer to the full size earlier. A little bit of lack of continuity there. Hey, Debrisky, welcome. I want to push the wind. I think I want it to go. How did I do it here? I did it going, wrapping around that way. I suppose it doesn't matter because I'll flip them. So I'll just do it the way I'm comfortable doing it, won't I? Won't I? Complete versus good enough. I mean, I don't really have like a, I guess it's like a diminishing returns point where you start to realize that like this isn't going to get any better than it is. And if it's doing what it's supposed to do at that point, like animation has a job, you know? So if it's doing the job, that's how you know what good enough is, which means you have to have a pretty clear definition of what the job is. In this case, like I know what I'm looking for, which is, it can be a little bit intimidating for a lot of people who are animating because it looks just like I'm pushing pixels around, right? It doesn't look like I know exactly what I'm looking for, but I do feel very confident in what I'm doing right now. It's just like kind of like incremental, invisible improvements. And eventually, usually it's like, I'll have like kind of what I suppose I could call like attention passes. It's like, this is what I'm like in this moment, I'm looking at this part. And then I'm going to look at this part, and then I'm going to look at this part. And until I've got no more parts that I'm looking at that actually make meaningful changes, then I'm done. Like, I'm done when I can't do anything to it to move it in a positive direction. Yeah, like that's way better than what it was. The way that I like to think about this is like I've got kind of two depths going on. There's like the volume of the smoke, and then the volume that is that bit at the bottom eating the smoke from the negative, like what do you call it, like negative space, like the air that replaces where the smoke is. So as long as both of those things look good and have motivation, it's usually going to work out okay. There's also this thing that I'm trying to do more of so I don't have any transparency here, right? I've just got pixels versus no pixels. And the way that you can kind of like create the effect of transparency is you have to essentially erode the shapes in such a way that they leave, like in this case, because it's smoke, you can have shapes like leave behind parts of themselves. So like almost like this little bit here, like it's not as offensive when a 1 pixel, when 4 pixels becomes 3 pixels, becomes 1 pixel, becomes nothing. That's visually, that makes sense. So even though the overall surface area that the smoke is taking up is getting bigger over time, constantly bigger, 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 bigger. But as it's getting bigger, it's also getting disintegrated from underneath. So there's a sort of a challenge there in just not compromising that surface area, but still you want to try to like visually explain where the pixels went. So these like little extra bits that are like falling apart as I move, they help explain. You see that? The way this is like, it's like jettisoning itself, That's pretty new for me. I haven't really done that before. I'm like inventing that today. It's not the first time I've ever done it, but I'm trying to formalize it a bit more. I love animation. Do you know why I love it? For me, I'm sort of more watching than I am doing in a lot of ways. Like I'm paying attention, but it's a kind of attention that isn't really, it doesn't cost a lot of energy to have that attention. It's just like, oh yeah, like I just sit here and then like an hour later I get something cool to look at. And like every little moment feels like a little win, you know? It's like, oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's better if I do this. So you always feel like you're getting some positive outcome from the work that you put in. Programming's not like that. Programming, you have to like work for your wins. Every little win has to be because you did something and that it changed the code in a direction that like, you know, sometimes you go 20 minutes, half an hour before you get a win with code because you got to like go underwater for a bit. Something's got to like break before it can work. Whereas with animation like this, like there's, if you can identify what you're doing, there's always positive progress. It's very like rewarding that way. Yeah, but like, you know, with code, like today, right? I was writing this system. Let me show you this thing I'm building. I'm building a thing where it's a heavy object that you can't push down unless you use this down ability. Right? The ability pushes you and it down. Okay? That I've like built something similar to that before. It's like a pulley that pulls you up. And the pulley that pulls you up took me like almost a week to get right. There's so much like game feel related stuff to make that work. Like the sound effects and the spinning gear and the rising and falling. There's like so many different like little parts that like make it a thing. And also the script is like, it's got a bunch of parts to it. It's got like 4 or 5 scripts that do different things, like detecting the player's presence and receiving the hit and like doing the animation, the state machine that drives where it's on the ground versus on the ceiling. And all of that, it's like, I know what I have to do to build that, but it takes like 2 hours before I can press play and see the thing that I'm expecting to see, you know? Whereas this, I can get something that looks like what I'm trying to make in a minute, 5 minutes. You know, I like have something on the screen that is in some fashion the thing that I was trying to make, and I can see it, and I can tell if it's going to go in the right direction or not pretty quickly. I guess that is just like a confidence thing. Maybe it is just like if I was better at programming, I would feel less impatient. But there's also this thing of like, oh yeah, I guess that's kind of similar to like going backwards feels terrible when I'm programming. Like if I have to refactor something that I kind of like should have known in advance how I was going to do it, it feels like a loss. It doesn't even feel like like here, if I have to update something, it doesn't feel destructive. It's like, oh yeah, of course I have to now make the empty space go this way. So I'm going to keep editing some parts over here until I do that. It's like always forward progress, sometimes sideways. Whereas code, it's like you make forward progress and then you have to destroy the whole thing and rebuild it again sometimes, you know? That feeling can be really, for me, it can feel bad. Because it's like, oh man, like I thought I was better than this. Or something, I don't know. Like I should have known what I was doing before I did it, kind of thing. Whereas with animation, it just sort of feels part of the process. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a, at what point is the work a waste? So it could just be a matter of expectation. Like if you know, or like, what's the word? Navigation. Like if you know that you have to take these steps and you expect these steps, they don't feel like backward steps because you know you have to do them to go forward. But like for those of you who program every day and that's all you do, does refactoring ever feel like positive steps, or does it always feel like negative steps? Like how often does refactoring feel like, oh man, I should have been able to do that this way already. I wish I had built this a different way. Or is it like, yep, and now we refactor because we always do that? See, that's interesting. For me, a lot of the time, refactoring feels like this. Like today, I'm building this thing, right? I know what the end of the maze looks like. I know the end of the maze is character goes down, knocks the thing goes down, player gets off the thing resets at the top. That's what I'm looking for. Until I can see that, I'm not happy. I build it until like this point, and then I go, oh man, I need to actually, this needs to be a state machine, and I've already built something like it. Do I have to like extend that thing, or actually should I just rebuild a different state machine and use that instead? That uncertainty of like, what does this need to be in order to get to here in the most efficient way that's scalable and will work? To me, that feels like backwards, and that feels like backwards, and that kind of feels like backwards too. So like I get to a point where it's like, this is working-ish. Like I'm almost here actually. It's kind of like, almost feels like we're up here. But like what I care about is this feeling. And if I don't want to commit to the end of it with this implementation, I have to go back before I can go forward and get to the end with an implementation that I'm happier with. And I tend to be able to recognize by about here, and this is like a 45-minute task, like it's not massive, but like I almost feel like once I get to here, all of this was waste. Like, why did I build it this much when I could have done that instead? The last 10 minutes of coding. Sometimes just like the typing, like it's not enjoyable to type. Like I physically, when I'm typing and I make a mistake and I have to press backspace, it physically hurts me to press backspace. I get frustrated trying to type without making mistakes. And it's like a tiny thing, but it's like every time I have to go backspace, back. It's like trying to talk with a stutter. When I code, I have a stutter. I love my keyboard. I just hate pressing backspace. It doesn't like physically hurt in the sense of like my fingers. It physically hurts me in terms of like I cringe. Every time I make a mistake on a keyboard, I cringe. I don't know how to like undo that. That's just how I feel. Because it's like playing a note wrong in a musical thing, a musical instrument. It's like clearly not what I was going for. I screwed up. And now I have to like sit here and like feel bad about it. Yeah, but like mutable const, some of this stuff, it's like if it doesn't do the exact thing the way that I would want it to do it, it's actually not validation. Like this either handles my use cases or it doesn't. And the use cases are like can I have this respond to me just jumping on it? Can I have it respond to this? does the player state machine respect the fact that the player state machine is on the thing, and can it continue while it's like, is this considered grounded or not? Will this accidentally cancel out the player animation? There's all this like stuff that if it can't do A, B, C, D, E, it's not an implementation that I like. So I kind of have to, I feel like if like 4 out of 6 is not good enough. You know what I mean? Yo, I'm just going to take a quick break. Back in a bit. Yeah, some of it is just like a degree of forgiving. You know what I mean? Like accepting that this is the process kind of thing. Like with the animation, I'm like, what, 3 hours into this task? I don't feel bad because I expect it to take 3 hours, so it's not a big deal. I think the difference is that like we're at the like sensation level here. Like the sensation of doing this task for me physically feels better than typing. I physically enjoy drawing more than typing. Like there are no backwards keystrokes for me doing this. Everything that I'm doing feels like forwards. It's just hard because when I'm typing, like I literally can't type properly. Do you know what I mean? Like if I'm here and I'm like, you know, public void, I made a mistake, you know? I made a mistake. I made a mistake. It's that like constant like misfiring that feels bad. Some days I type very well. Some days I type not very well. Like, oh God, let me try. Like, I really feel like I have to like try. This is how I write on this keyboard without making a mistake. I would like to type faster, please, without making errors. Like even then, I made like 2 mistakes, 3 mistakes. It feels bad. I get anxious typing. Sometimes like if I'm chatting, I get into like a flow state and I can type very quickly without making mistakes. But I feel like I always want to type faster than I can think almost. Whereas drawing, I don't know, just has a different, maybe it's like, typing feels a bit like holding my breath. Like I can't think other thoughts until the typing is done. Does that make sense? I can't plan some other thing while typing something else. I have to say the words in my head as I'm typing the letters. But with drawing, I can be thinking about something completely different to what I'm drawing. And it's like a parallel process. No problem. We could have this conversation. I'm drawing. I've been drawing while I'm doing it. But I couldn't have typed while doing this. I couldn't have been having this conversation while typing. So I think I just have less patience for typing because it feels like it's stealing parts of my brain that I need for other things. Maybe that's some aspect. And my fingers too, right? It's a more like physically intensive thing to do, to type words, than to just draw on a screen, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's just a feature of like everyone has this thing we're talking about, and some people's brains are just like better or worse at. Some people, I think, like it's like an aesthetic thing. Like some people like the feeling of typing more than they like the feeling of drawing, or like their brains are just attuned to, for example, like I don't like listening to lyrics while I'm working because my brain is so loud. I have a lot of like internal talk. Whereas like my brother likes to listen to music while he's working. I really felt this when I was hanging out with Prime and TJ in LA on the Mordoria project, because I was the only designer in a room full of programmers. And it was very interesting just being next to them. Like I've never been a professional programmer before. I know how to code, but I'm kind of self-taught, and I learned how to code amongst designers. So watching someone just go while talking is like, it was very novel for me to watch TJ type at 150 words per minute while just like going, okay, chat, we're going to do, like that's like, oh shit, like that's, this is his pixel art, this is what he's good at. And his brain is built in such a way that lets him just like spit characters out as fast as he can think. And maybe Vim helps, Vim motions and stuff like that. But like for me, it's like I'm driving a Toyota and I'm like watching someone in a Lamborghini, just like, and I like my Toyota. Like I would have said that I like to program, I like to do it. It's fun, but it's not like, like, I'm not like these guys, it's like a different class of thing. Like driving for pleasure versus like driving for sport. Oh, I'm an anxious person. I am very anxious. And I'm super hypercritical about like most of the things that I'm doing most of the time. I don't relax that often. I feel, and it's because I'm tired, like because I've got sleep apnea and whatever. I think that's the biggest mood affecting thing in my life. But also like my job is like fucked. This job is fucked. Like being a streamer is one of the most insane things you can do. And I feel like it's kind of like a punishment for my personality to do streaming like this. I love to do it. It's so hard to do this every day and make the game that I'm making as well. Like making Insignia on stream is ridiculous. I wake up and it's like, it was like, I woke up, I sat down at the computer, and at 12:30, I was like, oh, damn it, it's 12:30. If I don't get up for lunch right now, mid-task, I'm going to have to push my stream back, and then I can't chat with Luca at 2, and I said I'd meet him at 2. What can I eat really quickly? You know, like it's like that. That's like what I have to do in my brain is like, I'm constantly wishing I didn't have to compromise on my flow. Or like, if I don't get up right now, because I've been sitting down for like 3.5 hours, if I don't get up right now, I need to move my body and get blood circulation. Like I need to do it now, but I wish I didn't have to because I need to do this task. You know, it's like, if I don't do this task, I'm going to fall behind on what I need to do. I need to do these tasks because I can't meet my plans otherwise. And I can't afford to have plans that are more accepting than this, more forgiving. I can't afford to have plans where I take longer to make the game. Like this is all I can afford. I need to be faster, I need to be better, I need to be smarter, like I need to be more interesting. Like all of that stuff is just like, if you don't do this better, you'll have less access to opportunity and you might not be able to do it anymore at all. Like you just won't have the chance to do it. That's the scary part. It's not like, yeah, it's my personal standard, but also like, you know, like if all of my YouTube videos, I released a YouTube video recently. And the video didn't do so well. You know, it did okay. It didn't do okay. It did badly. It's one of the worst performing videos I've put out in, I don't know how long, like maybe like 1.5 years, 2 years, 6 years. It's like probably the least good performing video maybe ever. And like, if that became the new normal, like I would have to stop like making content. Like I can't, that cannot be what happens when I make, it wouldn't be worth it. Like it would be a waste of time to make videos that get like 1,000 views at this point. Not because like I'm a perfectionist, but because like those videos like are revenue that I need to like pay myself a basic wage. I've just like taken on too much risk. And I don't feel like philosophically, I don't feel like that much internal pressure at the fact that I'm taking risks, but feeling the effects of the risks. Do you know what I mean? Like just knowing what I have to do every day to survive the risks, that just takes like a physical toll because everything I do has to get validated and be efficient. And do you know what I mean? Like that mental second guessing everything it's like a requirement of the job. It's not just like a personality flaw. Like I have to be this way. It's actually like a skill that I'm trying to get better at, is like this like not obsessive behavior, but like being naturally more, I don't know what the word is, efficient. being more efficient, just being constantly thinking about efficiency. It's probably not healthy. Like I don't like that I have to have this skill, but I need this skill. So yeah, like the anxiety medication thing, it's probably not the right play. Because I don't want to be dependent on it, and I don't think I need it either. I'm really, really against medicating something that I believe that I should be able to overcome, like with work. Because it's not, like I said, it's not like yeah, I've kind of always been a little bit like this, but I know that I'm less like this when I have, an easier lifestyle. And I've chosen this lifestyle for now. So I don't really have the option to not do it. And being able to handle it is, it's like one of the challenges of the job. Like learning to handle this better is my task. So I don't want to like medicate out of that, because I actually just need to be better at handling it. Like the skill is being better and more efficient without getting anxious. That is the skill that I'm trying to build. And I can't, like that requires a lot of mental sacrifice, like just being able to persevere through certain things, or some forgiveness as well. Like it's not that I'm trying to, what's the word? I'm not trying to suppress negative behavior. I'm trying to overcome that behavior by being stronger. So it would be like being better at organizing my time, or just being okay with things not being perfect. Like that's kind of, all I can really do. It's not crippling like every day. It's just like what's really bad is when I don't get a lot of sleep because of like diet. That affects my like congestion, like sinus, like sinus inflammation, because I ate poorly, because I felt bad, because something bad happened to me. Then puts me in a spiral where I'm too tired to have good discipline. So I make more bad diet choices and I get more inflammation, or I take care of my sinuses less. That causes the spiral. So then like for me, it's like, first of all, I have to like, okay, accept that I won't get that much done today. And instead of doing the work I need to do, I'll just accept that I can't get it done. And instead I'll go for a walk, that kind of thing. Yeah. And the problem is like, I really like, I don't know if you guys ever feel this way, but I really think like as a person, this is a weird thing to say. I hope you don't, this is not like, I don't know, it's not like bragging, but it's like I've identified something in me by the time I was, I don't know, an adult, I realized that I have something to give. Like I'm intelligent enough to have these dreams and competent enough to, you know, more or less execute on them. And if not me, then who? Kind of thing. It's a bit of that. Like I have this little, you know, mission for games that I want to exist, and I can see that I'm capable of making them. From like as a designer, I can see that I have some critical skill set or like way of thinking that like makes me interested to see if I could be capable of authoring these experiences. I want to explore that, even if it doesn't like agree with me. You know what I mean? It's like, how could I? It almost feels like kind of like unconscionable to go through life just playing games and not making them. You know, it's like if I just play them and don't make them, what about all the games I could have made? That they could have been special to someone, or at least to me, you know, like even if it's a lot of pressure, like I know I can do this. So I owe it to me, like to like kid me, like me at like 13, like I owe it to that guy to push myself to get good at this. Like I wanted to be a YouTuber when I was 13. I'm a YouTuber to an extent, you know, I'm not like, you know, whatever, not massive, but you know, I've succeeded in some modest way in all these areas. I have to keep pushing, right? So even if it's like trouble, even if it hurts, like as long as I'm not pushing so hard that I stop being able to do it because of like burnout or whatever, as long as I'm not burning out, like I think I have to kind of keep going. Yeah, like I wanted to do this. I've never wanted to do anything else. I'm good enough at this that people want to watch me do it. I'm good enough at it that I enjoy doing it. I might not be good enough yet to like run a giant company, but like if anyone in my local community of game developers is going to do that, it, you know, like I'm probably one of the better suited ones. And other people in the community see me that way. So it's just like, that's the path, you know, like that's the road. It's hard to say no at that point to that destiny that I've kind of just like forced myself into. Like I wanted it enough to get this far. So I just have to like deal with it. Even if it's really, really hard. And even if I've experienced a lot of pressure, the things that I care most about are like my life, like my longevity. I hope it doesn't kill me. That's a big one. I don't want to die at 60 from like a heart attack. And I don't want to like lose like physical function. I don't want to like gain too much weight or, you know, give myself Alzheimer's from not sleeping enough or whatever. I don't know if that's even possible, but that kind of stuff I do worry about. As long as I'm not doing any of that stuff, I'm okay to push myself here. I think that must be a very like, I feel like it's a very masculine thing to think. Like I am disposable. I just need to get the mission done. You know, in some sort of weird way. Like it's my purpose to do this. I just don't know what I would do if I walked away. Like at this point, like I don't know who I would be if I wasn't doing this. I know I could probably do other things. I feel confident in that. I actually think that this is probably like game dev being so hard makes me kind of curious how easy other things would be. Like, is there another career path out there that actually would be like way easier and actually way more lucrative? But I kind of like this. I like the challenge. It feels good. It feels good to get better. It's just a little bit sometimes like the world is like on the room is on fire. And I don't love that feeling. Oh, that's great with the little star. Oof, that looks so good. Oh, dude, AI sucks so bad. This is the first time in my life. I've never been the kind of person who has been particularly bothered by like global politics or like, you know, current affairs, that kind of stuff, current affairs. I've never been that kind of guy. You know, I sort of just do me and what makes me happy and whatever. This is the last like 3 or 4 years have been the first time in my life where I genuinely feel like depressed because of things that I hear about or see or just things that are happening in the world. I feel like legitimate depression from those things. Which sucks, man. Like it's so like, why is life so hard right now? And it's such an invisible hard. It's like nothing good is happening. Everything is like a little bit worse all the time. I don't want to talk about like that too much here. Patrickle. Because it feels like antithetical to what we're about on the stream. But like a lot of the time, I really do feel like something like we're living post credits. You know what I mean? It's like Avengers Endgame happened, and now we're living in the post snap world. You know? Why does it feel that way? Hey, Faye Visuals, welcome. Nine hours of debugging. That doesn't sound good. Now, all of this is too high. One, like all of this has to go down by a pixel. All of this has to go down by a pixel. All of this has to go down by a pixel. All of this has to go down by a pixel. All of this has to go down by a pixel. All of this has to go down by a pixel. All of this has to go down by a pixel, etc., etc., etc. Because I animated too much anti-gravity into this one. That's better. So now it's more localized. Alrighty, so we're gonna go bup 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 but that does not look good or finished. But I think we're entering into the territory of, if I don't test this out, I won't know if it looks good or not. And I'm concerned that I don't have enough time to then come back and edit it. Okay. Is that enough? Probably not. There probably needs to be another couple of mid-sized ones, I think. Like at least 2 more of these ones, but let's just go for it and see what happens. All right. So, lightning effect. Okay. So we're going to take this here and we're going to say lightning particle 2 and 3 both need to also go into this here to be sliced up appropriately. Really? Oh, I made a mistake. '96, 2 and 3. Go into here, re-chop all of it back up. 2 becomes whoosh. 3 becomes whoosh. Perfect. And now we need to, we've still got 14 and 13 of those. So back over here, because these can't do multiple different kinds of textures, as far as I know, I have to manually swap these. So back to back to dragging. So it's particle effect 2, 0, 2, 1. Oh, that sucks. Lock that. 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7. One day I will automate this, but I only have to do it once every, like, I don't know. Right now, it's twice today, but the last time I did this was like 6 months ago. So probably not worth animating. Do you know what? What if these don't inherit velocity at all and their start speed is 0? They might actually be better. I know, that sucks, doesn't it? Okay, the next one. Same thing again. Well, the thing is, they probably would want me to use VFX Graph now. They have a great habit of abandoning all the things that they build. This is like old school particles now. Oh, don't tell me I just did that. Oh no, we're still good. We're still good. So we take all of these three, we put them in the same position, and hopefully we get something that looks good. It's pretty close to what I designed. Like, it may not be perfect yet, but it's certainly way closer than what I had any right to hope for earlier. No, I didn't do the lightning sound effects. That's Elias. I might get him to do a bit of an update on it. So now the trouble is... I want these to fire at different intervals. And I don't think there's any like delay. Oh, start delay. This could be like 0.3. And this could be like 0.5. No. 0.4 and 0.2. It's close. It just needs more. of the smaller ones, I think. Oh, I did. I put a delay in there as well, did I? The first one is 0.3, 0.2, 0.4. Okay, yeah. 0, 0.2, 0.4. And then the small guy, the little guy, I'm going to copy and paste it and flip the X scale by 1 and make its delay 3 and make its emission over distance about, I think about the same, right? That's better. Oh, Nina the Blue, thank you so much. Thank you. I think if we up the emission of all of them by just a little bit over distance, I think we'll be in a good spot. Like 1.5 to like 2.5. And then this one as like 1. Also 5 to 2.5 to like 2.7 maybe. I think I might need like one more type of the big ones and like 2 more types of the little ones for it to be really seamless. But man, I mean, look at that. That's so cool. The way it like gets thin and thicker again. Very, very, very good. It's not perfect, but it's very good, in my opinion. Wow. I think I needed one. Do you know what I can do? I know what I can do. A jitter on the positioning of all of them. There's like a randomized position of 0.5. And if I make the radius of this circle 0.3, it'll make it really nice. Okay, that's too much. Oh, the jitter must be in not percentage. It's absolute. Okay, so 0.1. And then the position is just like 0.1 as well, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Now the density is not as high. I need to be careful with that. I might make them live a little bit longer. Taralis says, I asked this once before, but I don't think you answered, so I'll ask again. You spent a long time on this project. What made you all of these years go, yep, this is the one, I'm all in? Because I'm struggling to pick a long time project, because I'm scared I'm just going to go lose interest. I can't imagine working 9 years on a game unless I saw something in it. So my question is, what did you see in this that couldn't have been a different game? Does that make sense? That's a really good question. I actually spent... I spent some time, I was talking earlier about a presentation that I did at a university. The presentation topic was literally what you've just asked me. It was Making a Game Worth Failing For was the title. Let me open it up for you. Aren't you lucky? Okay. So, I'm going to speed through this, okay? And this is also a very old slideshow, so it doesn't really represent what the game looks like or anything like that. But I'm going to really try to rip through it in about 5 minutes. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. I'm trying to remember what it was. Basically, when I was a lot younger, I watched this game, this movie called Indie Game the Movie, and it in the movie it presented PAX as this like gaming like mecca, not that kind of mecca, this kind of mecca. Sorry, I'm literally trying to remember this on the fly. It's from like 6 years ago. You know, like a pilgrimage, like a place where everyone from the community gathers and plays games that they're passionate about and sees what people are making. It's kind of like a pilgrimage that game developers go to, you know, to express themselves. Anyway, this guy was in this movie, and he inspired me because he was putting himself out there. He was, you know, experiencing this very personal, dramatic journey of bringing his game to the world. And back in 2016, that wasn't me. This was me. I was just one of the people in the audience at these panels, just watching. And there was a panel that I watched about what would you have told yourself 5 years ago now that you're successful? It was like 5 successful young Australian game developers musing about what advice they would have given someone 5 years younger. And I got really angry because I felt like I shouldn't have been in the audience, because I felt like it kind of made me feel like I had been wasting my time not making games, because that's what I really wanted to be doing. So like if I had started making games 5 years earlier, maybe I would have been there. Do you know what I mean? Not because the people that were up there didn't deserve to be there, or that I deserved to. I didn't. I was just some guy. But like wanting to have taken a risk earlier was how I felt, you know. Anyway, a year later I did it with this game that I was working on called Insignia. I basically started the game. I had started the game like 2 months earlier. This is like August 2016 as like a side project, just something to muck around with to learn Unity. And I promised myself that I would book a booth and I would go to PAX the next year and force myself to make a build for PAX. And I did that. And I won like these little awards or whatever at this like little student thing. And I took the game to other places. And then I started streaming. Anyone still here? You know, Smack in the Box, Red Rampage Crumpet. Anyway, started streaming and hooray, we're successful. But let's rewind it a little bit. My name's Adam. I'm a designer from the University of Sydney. I got a degree and then I went and did some stuff. Got a job in UX design, blah, blah, blah. Very creative kid, did a lot of fun, silly stuff. I had a YouTube channel at one point that was about gaming. This is before the real YouTube channel. I made a bunch of jam games in that time when I was learning. This is like 2014, 2015. And then I found myself, this is where it's relevant to you, bailing on ideas very frequently. right? I would like start a project, abandon the project. Like 6 weeks was the time limit. I just wouldn't be interested in making things. Because what was exciting me about these projects at the time was the novelty, right? It's like, oh, what if I did a marching squares algorithm, right? What if I learned about Voronoi triangulation, Delaunay triangulation, and Voronoi, shapes, and I would do a little thing that let me explore that little math concept or game development concept. I'm going to do a collision engine. How do I do collisions in 2D games? And as soon as I satisfied the curiosity of that little project, I would move on. So like I said, I was a UX designer. I worked a few years on some big stuff in this company, and then I did some contracting after that. UX design is really important to me. It's how I think about design in general. It's how I am a game designer. I use the same sort of process. And today I'm the guy who makes Insignia. But how did it begin? I had this oh man, this is George Street in Sydney. It doesn't look like this anymore. It's all fully pedestrianized. No more cars. Actually, there are cars, but it's a tram line that the cars have to drive around anyway. There's like 1 lane each way. Used to be 4 lanes, 5 lanes. So I had this hour and a half commute home, and so it was 3 hours a day of just commuting. And I drew this character on my Surface Pro, and I just named it guy.png. I thought I was being cute or whatever. And I guess I was watching Attack on Titan at the time and One Punch Man, and I was just getting inspired by things that I had been watching and creating. And I started fleshing out this world just randomly. I found myself committing to the world without really trying. It was just it wasn't the technical side, it was the creative side. And then I started mucking around inside of Unity, just building out the game for the world that I had been designing. And eventually I had something, by the time I was at PAX, is this going to even play? This is really old stuff. By the time I got to PAX, I had this thing, which, is vaguely shaped like Insignia. And I think for me at the time, this is me riffing right now. At the time, I felt like this was something that, how would I describe it? It was close enough, right? It felt close enough to what, sorry, there's music playing in 2 different places here. Let me just pause this. Oh, it's so annoying. I can't scrub forward. Oh, yes, I can. So there's blocks. I really did gray box at the time. This is kind of what it looked like. Super unpolished. The combat did not feel like it does today. It was a big mess. But, I was proud of it. I did all these animations, and I was doing health bars and parry and coins, and I was very, the audio would drop out whenever I collected too many coins because it would overload the audio buffer because everything was going to one buffer. Even wall slides, I was very proud of this stuff. Anyway, point is, it wasn't very good, but I was very excited about making it. I took it to PAX. I got lots of feedback. Felt really good. On Sunday, the last day of this is Sunday, 6 p.m. It's ready to go home. I'm pretty sure it was this guy was playing the game, and he gave me some pretty critical feedback, kind of harsh feedback, that made me feel good, but not really good, kind of sad. The feedback was basically that the game kind of felt a little bit lifeless. It just wasn't it just was a bit meh in how it felt to him as a player. And obviously like PAX is like the other games in this room are like real games. And I'm making this thing that it's trying to be a game. So the feedback really hit me and I wanted more of it. And that's why I started streaming. And eventually the streaming took off and oh, look at that. 19 average viewers. Amazing. The point at which this project became the one that I put all my energy into was the point at which I realized that I cared enough about it as a project to withstand the failure. Like, I know I'm not good yet, but I want to be good. I want the game to be fun. I kind of like owe it to this thing that I've been brewing to fail and keep failing until I succeed. That was the like cycle. You know, do a thing, it's bad. Show someone, they say it's bad. Get really defensive and then try again. And next time it's better. So like I would get people, this was a guy named Creature Cloud. He was one of my first viewers. He used to like literally draw. I mean, you guys still do it. Like you screenshot what I'm working on and you draw on it to like correct me. And you know, it went from like meh to like, oh, that's pretty good, you know? And a lot of things, this is 2019. Wow, I'm so good. You know, I learned a lot about pixel art in that time. And I only learnt about pixel art because I was committed to getting better. Even this, like, there's like 2 more iterations after this that look even better than this. And this was okay at the time. Now I look at it and I think it's kind of wooden and not very good. Even UX, you know, things that I thought was good, not good. Playtest it. Someone hates it. I change it. I make it better. So I don't know if I still feel this way, but I like this last part. Game dev is about running lots of races. So I've met lots of people. What is this? Oh yeah, I get messaged by a lot of people to help me work on the game. Lots of positive feedback and negative feedback. This is not my advice, obviously. You should make small games and finish them. But this is, I think, the big part is like expect to fail before you succeed and not to be, and you know, don't be discouraged. Make a game worth failing for. That's what it is. Yeah, that's Nick Wozniak. Nick is the artist from Yacht Club. He and I are on good. We chat. We're friends. It's been a while. He's the artist of Shovel Knight. So the point here is like you will fail. You will. I fail still all the time, right? Making stuff that's not good is the default state of making a game. And so I think to answer your question specifically, there was this question of like, when do I know to commit? It's like, it's kind of more about you, I think, than the project. Like, what would it take for you to get excited about a project enough to put it in front of someone and have it fail and still want to work on it after that point? I think for me, it was the story in the world. It was like, I want to express myself. And I don't know if I said it in the original talk, but I forgot to say it just now. Insignia for me, at the time when I started working on it, and to an extent still, this is the case. There's nothing in that game. There's nothing that I have in me as a developer in terms of inspiration and passion in wanting to make a game. There isn't anything that I'm not pursuing in the game. Like, this is the dream game. Like, if I can't make this game, I don't want to make games. That's kind of like the mental headspace that I've been in for the past, I don't know how many years. There are other games, obviously, that I'd love to make, but this game is like my favorite movie and my favorite book and my favorite video games across a few generations, all combined into one like amazing, beautiful little thing that I would want to play. And not in like a scope creepy way, not like put everything in it, but like the essence is like so close to my heart or whatever that like there's nothing left on the table. Like it's all there. It's all what I want. Nothing off the table. There's nothing left. So I'm chasing my dream, you know? And like, yeah, I could have designed like 6 other worlds or whatever. There were other games, like I showed you them in this slide. Like this was like me doing a terrain generation algorithm and I built a map out of it. I could have like kept building that out. This was my first game that I really cared about. This is called Fox Can Fly. It's supposed to be an Android infinite runner based on Tiny Wings that I really liked. It didn't go very far. I mean, it got pretty far. Like it got far enough that like there was a character you could run around as, there were levels. I was making a game with a friend called Friendly Fire. It was like an Advance Wars clone. He actually released that. But we had creative differences and we didn't end up making it together to the end. These are jam games. This actually was a game that wasn't a jam game. This was going to be another like infinite runner, kind of like Jetpack Joyride sort of thing called Shield Knight, maybe? That doesn't sound right. The thing is, when you make a project that's disposable to you, it gives you permission to throw it out. If it's not a disposable idea, then you pursue it. The only caveat I would say to that is this. You can really approach a project for 2 reasons, creative and technical. The point when a project is worth abandoning is if the core of the project technically has a critical issue that's not fun specifically. Like there was a time, and I still have this document, there was a time in 2022, I was talking about it earlier on the stream, where I had to stop working on Insignia to fix core problems. Like there was a point where I was like, hang on. This game's not going to be fun. There's a problem here. I need to fix it. I need to start like rethinking the game conceptually from a combat perspective and a player motivation perspective. And it wasn't like, luckily it wasn't like a throw this idea out level issue, but I'll tell you one that was. In 2022, I was taking a break from Insignia and I worked on a game called Throneless. It was a tactics game, like Final Fantasy Tactics style, roguelike. So it's like a generated dungeons. You're going into the dungeons. I don't think I have any screenshots. This was an early version of it that I made in a game jam. So you're picking heroes. When you defeat them, they join your party. There's permadeath, kind of like a roguelike. And what happened with that project was I realized something that tactics plus simultaneous movement so like no turns, everyone just moves at the same time. Tactics does not work. Like you can't strategize if all the pieces are moving on the board at the same time. Imagine if in chess, whenever you moved a pawn, every piece moved. That's what this was. I thought it would be good because I thought I don't like waiting for my enemies to take their turn. And in Rogue, all of the pieces move when you move, but in Rogue, you're only one character. So there's a version of this I think that would have worked. like maybe you only have 3 players per team. Maybe that's okay. Or where I reasoned the nearest port in the storm for the project at the time was just take away this, just make it turn-based tactics. And I did, and it was more fun. And at that point, the project ended because the whole point of the project was to innovate in the genre. And if the nearest fun is just remaking Final Fantasy Tactics, curiosity over, right? There's nothing more here for me. I still think there's more. There is something there interesting that I'd like to explore, but at the time, I'd already put 2 months in and I wasn't interested in putting more than 2. So that's kind of an example of a time when I abandoned a project with good reason. The difference is Insignia is not trying to innovate in that way. The bones of the game, it's an action adventure side scroller, melee combat. Like that's been proven, it's been done before. So all that's left is the story and the implementation. So for me, it's already, the concept of the game from a genre perspective is already validated. Now it's just like, I have to be able to be good enough to make it. And that's more about me as a developer than the project, if that makes sense. Like if the game fails, it's because I failed it, not because it's a bad idea to make an action adventure. Do you know what I mean? So in a way, I think like, if you pick something that's like genre safe, but then you probably, if you're still struggling, maybe you're not curious enough about it. I don't know. Especially if you're young though, like it's not a bad thing to try a bunch of stuff out. Oh gosh, I made another presentation. If you're interested. You ready? I made another presentation. This one's called Becoming a Game Dev Sherpa. I gave this at a university as well. And this slide is relevant to this conversation as well. This is kind of like how I think about my timeline as a person. So like a Sherpa is like somebody who helps someone climb a mountain. So like 2005, I was what? 13, 14 years old. Yeah. 13, 12 years old. 2025, I'm like running a studio. So there are lessons at each of these points that I think informed me as a creative person. And the first stage to be a dreamer, you can't do anything wrong as a junior, as someone who's like not even a hobbyist game developer. Just like make stuff. Like who cares? Like you're too young or like too junior in the thing to care about whether you're good at it as a dreamer. As a dabbler, right? Once you've gotten over the dreaming stage and you're wanting to actually start learning how to use Unity and how to write code and blah, 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 blah. Okay, notice the difference between where you are and where you're headed, but don't get discouraged, right? Accept the fact that you are still barely even a hobbyist. You're just like learning how to do stuff. So like, don't be hard on yourself. Then there's practitioner, which is someone who's like trying to, like semi-pro, like you're trying to get into it as more than a hobby. In this way, like, because you're putting expectations on it, learn that you can't always force those expectations to come out the way you want them to. Sometimes you just have to like ride the wave because the experience is worth more than passing or failing. Like just doing stuff, continuing to make stuff and following the opportunities ahead of you will get you where you need to go. And pro is about understanding that once you've grown as much as you can, some of the things that you want to accomplish will require other people and will require compromising not just Like you'll have to learn to be creative in how you solution some of those things. So you're already as good as you can expect to be for now, conceivably. You're not going to pick up 20 new skills. So now think about like what you want to achieve, how you can bring other people into that, and how you can, continue to learn from other people. You might decide that you don't want to be the creative director of your game. Maybe you just want to be someone who works on a certain part of it. So just knowing like yourself is like the top level, and knowing where your skills are. So yeah, it's okay to be crappy. You have to enjoy the process. Like, it's not that you picked a game that's good, it's that you like making games, even if they're shitty. Have backups, have like, contingencies, and yeah, you don't have to do it all yourself. So there you go. More pennies of wisdom. Is that what you call them? Pennies of wisdom? Like, I love composing. I love writing music. I wanted to be the composer of my game, and I seriously still look at some of the tracks. I listen to some of the tracks that I wrote, and I love them. I really like them. I can't be the composer for Insignia. I can't be, even if I want to be. It's too big of a project for me to be the guy. So I just have to say, okay, that's okay. That's not where I want to define myself. 1.8, 2.5, and this is 1.7, 2.2, and this is 1.8, 2.9. Yeah, let's go 2.0 to 3. People say what? They say a penny for your thoughts, right? Is it too distracting? Is it too much? I like it a lot. I just wonder if it's too much. Maybe I'll make them play a little bit faster now that they're more frequent. Oh, that's lifetime. 0.9. It is good. There's something about it that's not in the, like, so I don't love the gaps. That's the first thing. Not a huge fan of the gaps. And then there's a fair bit of this sort of where there's a lot of little speckly bits that I want to get rid of. So maybe we can solve this by going, I want to do that one more time, a little bit of a faster lifetime. 8.8 seconds. Let's go a little further. 0.75. And then the emission can be a little tighter. So this one and this one. Let's just go 2 to 2.6. This one is 1.8 to 2.5. That's fine. And then these two, .2 to 3, I guess. Shifting numbers around a lot here. That is pretty close, actually. That's not bad. They maybe disappear a little too fast. Particularly these two. Let me try something here. And then the only other thing I wanted to do was in the dare ability, there's a moment here where it's key. If we're doing this or doing that, and animator is playing sheet. And we're not playing sheet, pull sword. But we are playing pull sword there, so what's going on? Spawn. Wait, what? Oh, this needs to be, the and needs to be on there, like that. Okay. That's better. That's what I want. Okay. That's pretty good. Dude, I think I'm into it. I think I like it. It's certainly like bombastic. And this is one of those things where the game... Sorry about that. I'll turn the sound effects down. I'll put the music up in the game. I'll turn the sound down. It's not great yet. It's a little too much. Now the leaves look like crappy by comparison. Oof, did you see that? Ding, 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 ding. Wait, is that real? It does like a hit every all the way down? Did I put a hitbox on every frame on the way down? That's kind of sweet, actually. Oh no, hang on. I actually kind of love that. Of course, yeah. Dude, we're actually getting pretty polished now. Straight into the cutscene. Sweet. All right. Done. Thank you, everyone. What a stream. This was pretty productive. This was a pretty productive stream. I think I will pull it back a little bit, but it was cool to see it in that moment. All right, let's raid. I haven't raided Togglebit in ages. Let's raid them. Thanks, everyone. Yo, if you're interested in Insignia, you should wishlist it. We also have merch you can check out. It was a pleasure. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be streaming tomorrow, same time, same place. See you then. Please do wishlist Insignia if you want to support the project. And that's it. That's all I have time for. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.